the largest seaport in the world, a city within itself. An inbound freighter silently makes its way toward a downtown pier. Due to be met by two people and sudden death.
I don't know a thing about it. I was here all the time. I only work for the woman.
Harris Company, import-export.
That's right. I can be found here during the day.
Mr. Garcia, did Eva Harris have any enemies? Anybody that might want to see her dead?
No.
Look, two witnesses saw this accident. They swear the car deliberately veered out of the right-hand lane in order to hit Eva Harris. That may not mean anything to you. To me, it spells murder.
Sir, will arrive Penn Station Wednesday, 2 p.m. to assume ownership of my aunt's business. You read that thing over to us 10 times. Eva had a niece. What's so strange about a woman leaving a company to a relative, huh?
I should have met her at the station.
Look, Miss Harris has legs. She knows the address. She doesn't need a reception committee.
I should have met her at the station. You have to do that.
You know you can start a fire. Go away, Andy. You're nervous.
You know what a fire would be like in here?
Yeah, like the 4th of July. What's the matter? Don't you like fireworks? What if this woman knows about us? Suppose Eva wrote her when she found out.
You told me the moment you found Eva snooping around here, didn't you?
That's right.
She didn't have time for letter writing. She was too busy dodging cars.
Very funny. Come on, Andy, give me a hand with this. Give me a hand. One more and we're set to move. You know what I've been thinking this morning, Andy? You look scared.
Not scared, I'm sick. Sick of hiding, sick of guns, sick of myself.
Well, to me, you look scared.
All right, I'm scared.
Well, don't get too scared, Andy. It wouldn't be healthy for any of us. And don't call them guns. They're machine tools for our less fortunate friends abroad. Nice, fat, money-making machine tools.
The late Eva Harris did have a niece, her sole surviving relative, Frances Harris. The homicide squad had contacted Miss Harris at her home in Wichita, Kansas, and the necessary arrangements were made. I was attached to homicide for the investigation. Today I'm Frances Harris, new owner of an import-export company. My assignment is to try and fill in the question marks.
Oh, yes, today's the second time they had me down to headquarters questioning me about Eva.
I wouldn't care if they had you down there twice a day, as long as you didn't tell them anything.
You didn't tell him anything, did you, Andy?
Yeah, sure, of course I did. I told them that Eva found out we were using her business as a cover to run guns out of the country, and my partners killed her. They didn't even tell me. They just ran her down in the streets. Why'd you do it? Why didn't you tell me?
What would you say, Andy?
I would have said no.
That's why we didn't ask you.
To murder her. To run her down without giving her a chance.
She could have sent us all to prison.
No, not Eva. Not Eva. She never would.
Not Eva. I wouldn't take a chance on my own mother.
Who would you take a chance on?
Nobody.
pleasant man, Mr. Garcia, but frightened. Very frightened. An orderly man, but interested in showing me only the office.
What do you think?
About the dame? Now we'll keep an eye on her. This is the last shipment. Just keep her out of this section of the warehouse until we get rid of this stuff.
And Andy?
Andy, I don't know. He's beginning to make me a little nervous.
That's exactly what I've been thinking.
Two-way split?
You and me. But Carl, let's not start getting too many ideas. I hate to think that you might start getting nervous about me.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay. When do we move the crates?
I'll take a walk down to the pier and see how soon Denny can get them aboard.
I'll go give my respects to the new boss.
Yeah, give him my regards.
This is Miss Harris, Eva's niece.
How do you do, Miss Harris? We've been waiting for you.
How do you do? I'd like to see the inside of the warehouse.
Well, it's just a warehouse. Would you care to have lunch with me, Miss Harris?
No, not now, thank you. I asked Mr. Garcia to show me the warehouse. He said you had the key.
Aren't you hungry at all?
I'd like to see the inside of the warehouse, Mr. Carson.
I'm afraid Andy was wrong about that. Carl Walton is in charge of shipping. He has the key.
Does that mean that I can't get in at all?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll get the key from Carl this evening. And first thing tomorrow morning, we'll take a deluxe tour. Are you sure about the lunch?
Yes, I'm positive, thank you.
You'll excuse me, please, Miss Harris. I have to get back to work.
Well, I'm on my way to the docks. I'll see you in the morning.
The old triple play, from Garcia to Carson to Walton. They didn't want me in the warehouse. To a cop, that's always a tip-off. And a challenge.
Loaded in about 8 hours. We sail as soon as the ship's secure.
When do we get my stuff aboard?
This afternoon. I already put you on the manifest. Machine tools, same as last time. Now, let's talk money.
What's there to talk about? We get paid when we do, on delivery.
No good. I'll need it in advance this time and more. Triple what it used to be.
Okay, you get your dough. After all, a man in uniform, a symbol of authority. They teach you that in the pen. Okay, it's a deal. Let's shake. Tough guy. What do you know about being shoved around? I've been shoved around by more uniforms than you've ever seen. The only thing is I've learned to shove back.
Carson was going to show me the warehouse the next day. If he was hiding something from me, it meant that the next day would be too late. I had to get inside without pushing hard enough to arouse suspicions.
I just made arrangements for the payoff. What's the matter? Aren't you interested in money?
I thought I was once. I let you talk me into this.
I want to give you some advice, Andy. There's only one thing that counts in this world. Money. All you can get no matter how you get it. We can get it together. You and I. We can share a fortune between us.
Between us?
I told you I was going to give you some advice. Carl is a dangerous man. He doesn't trust you, and he thinks you're going to talk.
We're supposed to be partners.
You heard him say he wouldn't trust his own mother. He didn't trust Eva.
What are you trying to tell me?
If he were in your place, what do you think Carl would do?
We're getting ready to load now. Let's go.
Is it smoke? The fire!
started.
So would I.
Hey, where's the Harris?
Any more questions? How do you do, Miss Harris? Doc says he won't know anything more till they take x-rays.
How long was she out?
No way of telling. It's a cinch this is why she didn't phone in on schedule.
You know, Lieutenant, I never believed in the rubber hose. But anybody that would pistol whip a woman. Well, they had a truck backed up here a while ago. They moved something out.
All right, let's round them up.
On what charge? Assaulting an officer?
We'll worry about that later. Casey must have found out something. All I want to know now is where they are. I can't take care of. Carl tells me you like money. I got a deal for you. A bigger split than you expected. You interested?
Go on.
The business is being dissolved today.
Who's doing the dissolving?
I am. And then I think I'll take an ocean voyage.
You're halfway to wherever you want to go right now.
How do you like the snow all of a sudden?
Come on, come on. Now, why will always bathing in the sun?
When I was a kid, I used to like the snow. It hides the dirt.
Said anything to you?
No?
Don't turn your back on him.
You don't think you'd really turn state's evidence, do you?
You any doubts?
Hey, Ed. What's the matter? You look a little shaky.
I'm all right.
You sure?
Yeah, sure. I didn't see Miss Harris when we were loading the truck. Where was she?
She's okay.
Where was she? You didn't hurt her?
She's okay, Andy. I promised you.
Promise me. promised me about Eva. She was...
Don't start crying about that again, huh?
Don't talk to me that way.
What?
Don't talk to me that way. I'll have to take that from you. You're not really tough. You're just an animal. You're just uncivilized, a wild animal. Nothing means anything to you. Decency, honor, life, nothing. A person like that doesn't deserve to live.
Well, that's a very fancy speech, Andy. Very fancy.
How soon are you going to get the money?
I'm leaving now.
Well, hurry it up, will you? Hurry it up, because I'm getting out of here. I'm through.
You're through?
Now, don't worry. I'm not going to the police. I don't want to go to jail. I just want to go somewhere, anywhere.
I'm going to go collect right now.
Yeah, don't get lost.
Of course not. Unless you want to come with me.
No, I think I'll stay here and have a little talk with Andy.
I'll be about an hour. I'll meet you back at the warehouse.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, what about friendship, Andy? Doesn't that count?
There's nothing between us two but money.
The officer in charge of the hit-and-run accident on Front Street the other day. Well, if you don't know his name, how should I? Well, never mind. Take this down. There's going to be a murder. Here's the address.
Well, I'll tell you, you're funny, you know? Now, what was all that talk you were giving me about the smell of blood and people like me don't deserve to live? What makes you any better than us? What? Nothing, except that you're yellow. And you can kill, too. The only thing is, the people you killed had to be so far away that the smell of them would never reach you. Now, do you think that makes it any better? Do you think that makes it all right?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Don't give me the big words. Animal and brute. What about the creeps that buy these guns of ours? Don't you think some of them are going to die? And what about the people they point these shiny new guns at? Don't you think some of them are going to die?
I never thought of that.
Yeah. Sure you didn't. They were too far away. Now, what makes you a human being and me an animal? What makes you any better than me? What makes you deserve to live? What?
Nothing.
Now you've said it. It's the first smart thing you've said in days.
Nothing.
Now what's that for?
You were going to kill me, weren't you? I still am.
Call it in. And tell them to let Casey know we found one of the guys who beat her up.
The men were fast and thorough. Within minutes, the largest seaport became the smallest. Every cargo ship getting ready to sail had a caller. Every caller knew exactly what he was after.
taken care of?
If it hasn't been taken care of by now, it soon will be.
You're a nice guy.
Well, business is business. Got my clothes aboard?
Maritime papers and all. Works.
Good. Let's go.
What about your friend?
I'll take care of him. You stay on board. Andy, what are you doing here?
Surprise, huh?
Well, yeah, you were supposed to meet me back at the warehouse.
Tell them to unload.
Oh, Andy, come on. I want to talk to you.
Tell them to unload, I said.
Andy, listen, we can't unload a ship just like that.
I want those guns off of that ship.
What are you doing, Andy? Turning hero patriot or what?
I don't care. Call it what you want. Those guns are coming off.
Look, Andy. Look, all the money we want, you and I. How many you ever dreamed of, Andy? You and me, Andy. What do you say? You can do whatever you want to do. Go wherever you want to go, Andy. 50-50, Andy. Partners. Andy, what are you doing? Andy, money, Andy. All the money we ever wanted, Andy. Come on.
I kill them all. Even the guy at the warehouse. I kill them all.
Padlock. City property, you know. I won't be long.
Don't take too long. This place holds no pleasant memories for me. No memories at all. Except possibly the face of Andrew Garcia. A frightened man who thought he could disregard laws he didn't understand. Because he couldn't see the criminal results in what he was doing. It was a pitifully close step to murder. There are plenty of fun places in the big city. Movies, Broadway shows, places that give you a floor show and an orchestra for the price of a meal. But there are other places for the lonely people who buy their happiness by the quart. And you get a built-in smile with every drink. Lorraine Culver, and she knew the ropes.
Can I buy you a drink?
Sure you can. One for the road.
What's your name?
Jane Doe. What's yours?
John Smith.
A 10% cut on all the drinks she sold for the house. And a few laughs. But she got more than she bargained for.
What do you want to see me about?
The girl who sold drinks for the house wound up in an alley with a yellow rose in her hand. Thousands of girls come to New York looking for jobs and careers. They come in by train, by bus, hearts pounding with hope as they step off into the richest city in the world. The rewards don't come easy. It takes study, training, skill. But there are some who think there's an easier way. They find other streets in the city, jungle streets, where you can trade anything for a buck. And girls like Lorraine get lost in them.
Why do you figure a dame keeps a bracelet in her coin purse, Casey?
Maybe she's afraid of burglars.
Yeah, maybe she's right. She was choked to death last night.
Not for this, Lieutenant. You can buy these for $1 all over town.
It's inscribed.
Till death do us part. Poor kid. L?
For Lorraine. Lorraine Culver.
Anything else?
I'll take a look.
A rose?
Not for purity. She pushed drinks over at Ben's Showplace. You know the joint?
Yeah. The Vice Squad had something on it last week.
Right. They had a tip, but nothing came of it.
Up to now.
Right. And, it gives us a wedge.
Padlock the place?
No. Big Ben would have the padlock off in 48 hours. We found that stashed in the lining of her purse.
Nice-looking guy. Who is he?
No lead yet. But remember the face. You may run into him around the Showplace.
So?
Uh-huh. Do you sing, Casey?
Sure. But only in the bathtub.
Well, wash the soap suds off your back. As of now, Ben's Showplace is short one hostess. You'll be looking for a new girl.
The owner?
What's it to you, sister?
I'm looking for a job.
Yeah? Why here? We didn't run no help wanted ad.
Oh. Well, I'm a friend of Lorraine Culver. She wrote me to come to town. She'd help me get work here.
She ain't working no more. She was killed last night.
Oh, no. Oh, no. She's the only one I knew here. What'll I do now?
Go on back where you came from.
I pay you to serve drinks, not hand out free advice.
She's a friend of Lorraine.
Who asked you? What do you want?
Oh, I'm Connie Redmond. I'm looking for a job as a singer.
We don't have much use for singers around here.
Oh, well, I'll do anything to get started.
Let's see what you got to get started. Take off your coat.
Oh. Thank you.
Get back to work. You got looks. You got a figure. But it takes brains to work on this job, too.
Well, I'll do my best.
Okay. Your job is selling drinks for the house. You get a 10% cut on all the suckers buy. The bigger the tab, the bigger your cut. Can you handle your liquor?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
We don't want no lushes here, so learn the tricks. A good trick is to order a ginger ale chaser with all your drinks. You get rid of most of the liquor in the chaser.
I get it.
And no weepy stories. Look happy. Be friendly. Most guys who come in here are really buying time with a dame.
What if they get too friendly?
A smart girl learns how to handle that when she's 6.
Got a light?
Yeah, sure. Sit down. A couple of scotches.
Spot anything, O'Brien?
Yeah. These glasses are as phony as the smiles. False bottoms.
It's supposed to cover me, not the booze. Careful. Oh, there you are, baby. There's your laughing water.
How you holding up?
Oh, not bad. I'm managing to get rid of most of the stuff I order.
How?
Simple. Oh, I'm sorry. Most guys are so busy playing footsies under the table, they don't pay any attention to what's happening on top.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Oh, Brian, please. I've got enough fighting off to do.
Bartender's watching. Listen, I just saw a guy went to Ben's office. He didn't look like the barfly type either.
I'll check him on my way out.
Give me the high sign if you want me to tail him.
Right. Meantime, you might as well order a couple more scotches and make mine with a ginger ale chaser.
Here he comes.
Hold it. Ladies first. You better stick around because I'm always running out of matches.
You're new here.
Yeah, it's my first night.
You're wasting your time.
Well, it's for me to decide.
Not if you work for Ben.
Well, I can see you know your way around here.
I've been here before.
It surprises me. You don't look like the type for this sort of spot.
Neither do you, sweetheart.
Well, actually, I came to look up a friend, and I just kind of walked into the job.
Who's your friend?
She was Lorraine Culver.
Lorraine? I knew her.
Wasn't the message clear? I told you to get out and stay out.
You think you can work on me like you work on your girls?
You got a big mouth, Gordon.
Good night, Miss,
Connie Redmond.
Good night, Connie. Shows your time wasn't wasted.
Thanks.
And good luck. You'll need it.
You just don't get too ambitious.
I don't get it.
Lay off Gordon.
All I did was ask him to buy me a drink.
Save the charm for the customers.
What makes him so off bounds?
He's my brother.
Promise could be made in the showplace and kept around the corner, as long as there was a payoff. The girl was playing it straight. Leave the customer at the front door. Girl go out through the alley. No violations. Smart.
What's the matter? You're all sunshine and smiles for the price of a drink. I got more than that.
You work too fast, Al.
Don't play me like your friend Lorraine. If you got a guy, say so.
What guy?
In her case, a husband.
What's wrong in having a husband?
She was keeping it a secret, a big secret. I don't like that kind of trick.
I bet. That must have made you real angry.
Forget it. You ain't married, are you, baby?
Stop
I ain't
it,
a pretty
Al.
face, but I know what a dame likes. Look what I got you.
No, Al.
Okay, play it solo. I'd be lucky at that. You dames are the kiss of death.
That's not how it played out for Lorraine. She's dead.
Yeah, but her husband got it first.
What happened, Al? Al, listen.
Story checks out all right. Lorraine's husband was found murdered in a cheap rooming house about 2 weeks ago.
Who was he?
John Rowan from Pittsburgh. Came down about a month ago.
Any connection with Ben's Showplace?
Oh, just Lorraine. She was working there a couple of months before he got here. They had a spat. She ran out on him. Till death do us part. I guess he didn't expect it to be so soon.
Lieutenant, I've got an idea. Can I have that bracelet?
Sure. But be careful. And stick close to O'Brien.
Yeah, I will. You know, after working Ben's Showplace, it's worth a few chances to close those places up for good. Oh, what a grind.
You kidding?
Where's Big Ben?
Out for the night. You're learning fast. Chasing the money guy already. How come a doll like you comes to work in a trap like this and then you expect to be treated like you're queen of the May?
I don't figure you either. A brush off sure makes you sore, doesn't it, Al?
Yeah, what is that? Always getting this turned down. I can never get used to it.
I'm sorry, Al.
Save the hearts and flowers. 6 months working in this joint, you won't be good enough for me.
Pushing drinks? That's not so awful.
You'll branch out.
I don't think Lorraine was mixed up in anything like that.
So how come her husband drops into town unexpectedly, takes one good look around his joint, and weeps on my shoulder half the night?
Johnny was a sentimental guy.
What's wrong with that?
Well, look where it got him.
All he had to do was lay off. I tried to warn him, and he had to go and tip the cops off to the place.
Is that why they gave it to him, Al?
Why ain't you working? I got good reason to lay low.
What's that?
I love living, baby.
find her a satisfying customer.
Did she make any headway?
Well, the husband was ready to talk. He may have had Lorraine sold him the idea, but I'm not sure.
Hey, what are you doing with that bracelet? The killer sees that, he's liable to recognize it.
Well, somebody has to do something.
Mr. Troy, I want to buy you a drink.
Yeah, some other time, pal. Some other time. Thanks a lot. Oh, one of the girls will appreciate your courtesy.
Hello, Ben.
Gave you permission to come in here.
Nobody? If you want to catch a fly, you have to use a little honey.
Meaning?
Meaning I'm just crazy about honey.
I'm not crazy about greedy little flies. I'm familiar with the breed. Give you hello and you got your hot little hands stuck out for the apartment, the furs, and the diamonds, huh?
Well, girls gotta get along. Any girl.
I'm not talking about any girl.
Oh, you got me wrong, man. All I'm looking for is a break.
What kind of a break?
Well, I want to get out of this penny ante stuff, and you got connections.
Where did you learn all this?
Oh, figures. What an important man like you.
You're all right, baby. Not like your friend Lorraine. Willing to travel?
For what?
Big money. Your type's a big draw south of the border. Have a drink. Private stock.
Well, to a lasting friendship.
Well, I expected you to be waiting with a fistful of dough. Not this.
Oh, shut up.
You don't worry me.
You. Beat it.
He never was much with a dame. He means, pardon us, Connie. Lorraine wore a bracelet like that.
Lots of girls wear them.
With an L on it?
L for lover. My boyfriend's a cute type.
We're in trouble.
You must be drunk.
That Connie dame's a phony. She's wearing Lorraine's bracelet.
You always did get wide-eyed around a dame.
Tell the truth, Ben. What's always bugged you is the way they get wild-eyed over me.
I got orders for you. The boys want you out of town.
And did you quote them my payoff figure?
No go. You take the 5 G's and like it.
My big brother Ben. Big shot Ben with the buck tips. They whistle at the top and you roll over and beg.
Now look! You weren't so smart killing her here. It put everybody on the spot. The boys don't stand for that.
I don't have to take the rap for it. It could have been you killed her as easy as me.
Maybe. But you're it. If I were you, I'd take the 5 G's and blow.
No wonder you weren't worrying about that phony dame out there. You got me tagged for the fall guy.
She's not my package. If she's got you on the spot, that's your problem.
Okay, big brother. I'll take care of it myself. And you can tell the boys I'm holding out. And in case there's a change in plans, I'll be home all night. So long, Connie.
Play it cozy a minute, then get over to Gordon's apartment. I'll get out as fast as I can and meet you there.
Leaving without a good night, baby?
I'm in a hurry, Al.
You're a good kid, Connie. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know, but it can't be done. John and Lorraine tried to talk, and they got stopped, both of them. Connie.
Need a light?
Gordon.
You told me you were always running out of matches.
Why are you wasting your time? It's after hours.
I'm not working for the house on this one.
Look, Ben won't like this.
He sure won't.
You're not playing it smart.
I'm smart, baby. This time Ben's paying the premium. I'm using his knife. Let him sweat now.
Thanks, Al. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're on my side.
I'm not. But I couldn't hold still for another one.
You took a chance, and I appreciate that.
I always used to watch Gordon. He was so slick with the dames. He had the looks, all right.
Yeah. But there was nothing inside to match.
Well, that finishes the setup in Ben's Showplace.
The Showplace, but not the setup. That's still operating in half a dozen places on the street.
We do a job, Casey. That's all.
So long, Al. Lorraine thought she had it made. Just act happy, be friendly, for a 10% cut of the drinks. That isn't hard. It's easy living, easy money. But Lorraine found out that it wasn't easy living. And it wasn't easy dying. Robbery of a small loan office. The stakes are petty for a routine robbery. Now it's assault with a deadly weapon. There's usually not much to go on in a case like this. This time the robber was seen. It might have been better if he hadn't.
Why fool around, Ostler? Pregnant lady, the clerk identified you? You can thank your lucky stars the manager recovered.
Osler, you're going into court in a few days. Why don't you give yourself a break and cooperate with us?
All right, let's try it again. Now, the getaway car pulled away the second that you got into it. Who was driving it? The car was registered in your brother's name, John Ostler. Is it logical to assume he was driving the car?
That was Lawrence Osler. We're not going to get any more out of him. Now you meet the sister, Casey. Send in Miss Osler, please.
What you want me to do is get evidence against Brother John. Is that right?
That's it. We got plenty of Lawrence in there, but John wasn't seen. So we couldn't hold him. Come in. Oh, Miss Osler. This is policewoman Patricia Jones.
How do you do?
She's been assigned to your brother's case.
Oh,
Won't you sit down, please?
thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Mr. Franklin. Miss Jones, we have so little time. You know, the trial begins on Thursday.
Miss Jones will visit you tonight, posing as an old friend from Boston. Nobody else is to know that she's a policewoman. Agreed?
Yes, of course. Did they tell you about the card?
Yes, they did.
Well, you see, that's why I'm so sure that Lawrence couldn't have been involved, because the robbers used his car. They stole it. Now, how can anyone imagine that Lawrence would use his brother's car for a robbery?
I don't know, Miss Osler.
Miss Jones, my brother has never been in trouble in his life. We've just got to clear him.
There's just one thing. It's my job to find the men or the man who's responsible for this crime, no matter who it might be. Do you understand that?
Well, of course. How else can we clear Lawrence?
Well, I'll be over at your house tonight, and as long as we're going to be old friends, you might as well start calling me Casey.
All right. Casey. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr.
Bye. We'll be in touch. I'll be in ballistics if you need me.
We've got our case against him. It's you I want to find out. I want to find out about him. Look, this is hit and run. Why should you take the rap? It was his idea from the beginning, wasn't it?
It made me vaguely uneasy talking to Julia Osler. We were using her faith in her brother to get evidence against a second brother. It wasn't nice. But the manager of the loan office had been badly wounded, and that wasn't nice either. It was my job to get the men who did it.
I keep telling you, Julia, there's nothing to worry about.
Don't talk that way, John. He's your brother, and he's in bad trouble.
Well, you'd make quite a salesman, you know, Julia. Here you want your friend Casey to put up the money for Lawrence's lawyer, and you talk like he hasn't even got a chance.
Well, I didn't say I'd do it.
I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, the way my sister talks. I'd put up the money myself, except everything I got is tied up right now, a little deal I got going.
You do all right for a youngster, don't you?
That's right. I'll do better, too. I got friends. I'm not going to end up like Lawrence. $70 a week plant guard going no place.
He isn't a guard now. He's a prisoner. He's going to jail.
Will you stop? You're not doing him any good moping around. He's innocent, right? Well, they don't put innocent guys to jail in this country. This is the USA.
Where have I heard that before?
Hey, don't you start now. They got nothing on him, nothing. You want to know something? I could get him out right now. It's just better for his record if he's acquitted. I know a couple of guys could fix this easy. Now, come on, Casey. We better get started. We're going to visit Lawrence.
What if your brother's convicted? How do I get my money back?
I told you he's not going to be convicted.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know who did it.
Oh, don't talk crazy, John. It doesn't help for you to talk crazy.
Okay, I'm crazy. You coming?
Yeah. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Bye, Julia. Hiya, Lawrence. How are you? Hey, say. Well, how you doing? Everything okay?
Everything's wonderful. Do you remember what happened to my gun?
How should I know? What difference does it make?
No difference. Except I use a gun on my job at the plant. Now it's missing. Police will add things up. Listen to me, kid.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you're going to say.
You never knew. You were always one jump ahead of me, weren't you? Never had time to listen. Well, I tell you, you've got to...
I got the car parked, all right?
This is the gal I was telling you about, Patricia Jones.
Hello?
Hi. I'm Casey to my friend. Am I breaking in on anything?
Oh, no. I was just trying to cheer him up a little bit. That's all you got to do, Lawrence. Keep your chin up. How can we lose with a honey like Casey on our side?
Is that right, Miss Jones? You on our side?
Yeah, sure, of course. There's only one thing that worries me, though. That car.
What car?
Yours. Was used on the job, wasn't it?
Was stolen. I reported it stolen long before the cops picked it up. Why bring that up?
What are you getting at?
Well, it just looks bad, that's all.
What are you, a lawyer or something?
You don't want to get John involved, do you, Miss Jones?
No, but, well, if he knows who did it.
Is that what he said? Did you say that?
Oh, you know how it is. I was just trying to make Julia feel better. She gets all worked up. Look, all you got to do is keep your mouth closed and everything will be okay. Is that too tough for you? Come on, Casey. Let's get out of here. He's in one of his moods again.
All right.
It'll be all right. You'll see. Just leave everything to me.
That's what I'm doing, John.
Hey, Phil. Tommy, how are you? They all know me here. That's the way I operate.
Funny, though, nobody mentioned Lawrence.
He never hung around here.
Doesn't seem like the type, though, does he? To rob anyone, I mean.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. Just because he looks a little like whoever did it. Why not that guy over there?
Who?
The guy at the bar, the big guy with the black hair. Why not him?
I don't see the resemblance. Is that what you're basing your whole case on, that people look like Lawrence?
No, of course not. I'm just trying to tell you as much as I can without giving it away.
Oh, sure. Well, if you ask me, the only man who can be sure who it was is if he did it himself.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Does it mean anything?
That's not funny.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. There's a guy here. Got to see. I'll be right back. What'd the guy from Chicago say?
Stop worrying. Deal's shaping up okay.
What do you mean shaping up? It was supposed to be all set. That's why we did the other job, isn't it?
I said it's shaping up. We drew a blank on the loan job, remember? And you just leave it to me.
Yeah, sure.
You're on in on the Chicago thing, don't you, Sonny?
Don't call me Sonny.
Well, then you just behave yourself. Who's your friend? Haven't seen her around before.
Just a friend of my sister's.
Yeah?
Yeah. Casey, this is Oscar Peters. He's a friend of mine.
Hello.
Hi. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks, baby. Maybe some other time. See you around, Johnny.
Oscar's a guy I know. Great guy.
He's a tall guy. Dark hair. Well, here's your brother.
Yeah, my brother.
Two witnesses were willing to identify Lawrence Osler. I wondered if they wouldn't identify Oscar Peters just as quickly.
Oscar Peters, huh? Grant Street. I'll call you Julius if anything shows up on him.
I can't figure Lawrence is a part of this. It just doesn't fit.
Woman's intuition?
That's not fair.
All right. But you find the missing gun, and 5 will get you 10 that it was Lawrence's gun that shot the loan manager.
I went after the gun. Julia and I searched the apartment from top to bottom. If either of the brothers had it hidden there, he'd done a good job.
Is that all you can talk about, Lawrence? Is that the only subject that's open for conversation around here?
I just thought you'd be interested in my reaction.
I'm not. I'll be right back.
Julia, what are you doing here? I have a message for you. Somebody called right after you left. Not now. It might be important. It was Lieutenant Franklin from headquarters that called.
Not here, Julia.
It's all right. He said to tell you that the name and address were probably phony. Somebody called Oscar Peters.
All right, Julia. Thanks, but you've got to be more careful.
Well, does that mean anything? Does it help?
Yeah, I think it does. Now, you better go along, okay?
All right.
Look, I thought we were going to have a good time. How about it?
It's all right with me.
Okay. Now you're talking.
What do you want from me? What?
Nothing. Nothing I didn't want from you my whole life and never got.
Preacher. Still a preacher. I didn't come here to be preached at.
Well, why did you come?
You're my brother. What do you expect me to do? Stay home?
You want to see what a dead duck looks like?
Will you stop going over that? They can't convict you if you didn't do it.
They could make a mistake.
Well, sure, there's a little risk. But if I speak up, I'm sunk. No chance at all. Now, is that too tough to figure out?
No. That's easy. Even for a dumb 70-buck-a-week plant guy like me.
All right. Yeah, okay.
Lieutenant, I've got to make this fast. I'm supposed to be in the washroom. Look, John's the key to this. You see,
Lieutenant? Oh. Hi, Casey.
Hi.
Here's something I think will interest you, Lieutenant.
Lawrence is right.
That's right. The serial number checks. Ballistic says it was the gun that was used on the loan office manager.
Well, Casey, how does your intuition feel now?
bruised. Where'd you find it?
On our doorstep, like an abandoned baby.
We're healing?
Yeah, well, I'll see you, Casey.
Yeah. Lieutenant, while I'm in with the brothers, would you do something for me?
Short of releasing Lawrence, anything you want. I didn't want you to get stuck with this, Lawrence.
Then why did you use my gun? Why did you do that?
I just borrowed it. Look, don't worry about the gun. It's okay. They'll never find it.
I'm glad to hear it. That's a big break for me.
Everything will be okay. Will you believe me?
But I don't believe you. You're a liar. You're so smart. You're too smart to take an honest job. Too smart to listen to the people who loved you and wanted to help you.
I won't be like you, Lawrence. I got more in me than that. I won't be like you.
Maybe you will. You keep on the way you're going, we're liable to end up cellmates.
You're not going to tell him, are you? About me, I mean?
No. That's your problem. I don't figure I can be anybody else's conscience.
So help me, Lawrence. If I wasn't so sure, you'd get off.
Is everything all right?
Yeah. He's fine.
That's right. Everything's fine.
Want to go now?
Yeah, I guess so. Lawrence, look.
Yeah?
Well, nothing. This your gun?
Let me see. Yeah? It's mine. Where'd you get it?
It was turned into us.
Ballistic says this is the gun that did the job. Tough break, Hustler.
Lawrence, so help me. Casey, I'd like to talk to my brother alone a minute. You mind?
I mind. I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, Lawrence, listen.
Let me out.
Julia? Julia?
I'm glad Julie isn't here. I've got a few things to say.
About what?
About you.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You're pretty much of a phony, aren't you, John?
What?
You could get Lawrence out in a minute, couldn't you?
Oh, yeah, you mean my friends. Sure, but since he's not going to be convicted...
Of course he's going to be convicted. Your car, his gun, the witnesses. They've got him dead unless one more witness shows up. You're the one who drove that car. You're the one who can prove that Lawrence wasn't in on it. What are you doing about it? Nothing. What kind of a brother are you, John?
Look, Casey, you don't understand.
I understand. I understand you turned in that gun that will make sure your brother is convicted.
I did not. I never... All right, hold it. Hold it, that's enough. Oscar, listen, tell her. Will you tell her?
Nothing. She's a cop. That's right, cop. She's got a pretty good theory, too, hasn't she? Only one thing wrong with it. She can't prove a word of it. So we're all right.
Is that right, Casey? You a cop?
That's right. What are you?
He's a smart kid who's going to keep his mouth shut from now on. Come on, Johnny, I'll buy you a drink. You don't have to worry about the lady cop. She can't stop us. She got nothing on us.
Oscar, what about my brother's gun?
Shut up, will you?
You turned it in. It had to come from you. You shouldn't have done that. Now they got to convict him.
Of course they had to convict him. It's either him or us. Come on now, will you? You, shut up!
Casey, when you talk to my sister, will you tell her...
I'll tell her the truth, John. John, all the time, weren't you? When I asked you to come here, right from the very beginning, you suspected him, didn't you? That's right. Then I helped to send my brother to prison. You didn't send him, Julia. He went because he couldn't let Lawrence go in his place. I tried so hard to bring him up right. Well, you did. Is that why he has to go to prison? Yes, that's the main reason. Lawrence Osler went pretty far to give his brother a chance to redeem himself. He knew that John had to find his own conscience and act on it. That was the real test. It's too soon for Julia to realize how well she did by her kid brother. She will. New York, an inflammable city, the scene of some 50,000 fires a year, most of them accidents, but we like to make sure. found by the fireman on the scene. A homemade fuse, delayed action type. Very crude and very effective. Smelled strongly of turpentine. Conclusion? This fire was no accident. The investigation of arson is usually left to the fire department. But this time they sent me, a lady cop.
There's a lot of excitement around here this morning.
What about?
We had a fire in the warehouse last night. Ruined all the stuff.
Did you see it?
No. I go off at 6. Third floor. It's down the corridor and to your left.
Yes. I'm Betty Sherwood. I was sent by the Century Employment Agency.
You can go in now.
Thank you. The department always has a special reason for assigning a policewoman to a case. I didn't like that reason.
You are the policewoman?
That's right, Mr. Risco.
The fire marshal told me you'd be coming. I haven't said anything to any of the others.
Good.
You've seen her?
The dark-haired girl near the entrance?
Yes, that's the one. Now, you understand, I'm not accusing her of setting the fire. I don't happen to believe that just because of something in somebody's past that...
Well, I agree with you completely, Mr. Risco. I'm here to check on her actions, not to convict her. Quite frankly, I hope she's innocent.
So do I.
One other thing. How many people have keys to this building besides Michelle?
Well, the whole office staff, of course, including myself. I suppose I'd be a suspect if I hadn't been in Miami last night.
I suppose so.
Well, shall we get started? Jenny, Miss Sherwood will be working with us here for a while. Have her help Michelle with the invoice file.
Yes, Mr. Risco.
Thank you.
You'll have to bear with us today. Everything is a little confused around here.
I heard there was an accident.
It was fire. Not so sure it was an accident. Would you like to see $100,000 worth of ashes? There's a passageway to the warehouse in the corridor.
No, thanks. I don't like any part of fires.
Most normal people don't. Fire department called me last night. They wanted to know Mr. Risco's address in Miami. It's a good thing I was home.
Do you live nearby?
Bayshore, Long Island. I'm one of those 90-minute commuters. Michelle, this is Betty Sherwood. She's going to help you with the invoice file. Show her what to do.
All right.
If there's anything you need, ask me.
Thanks. This was the main reason for my assignment. Michelle Holland, age 27, former patient at the State Mental Hospital. You been here long?
Almost a year.
You like it?
Mr. Risco's a wonderful boss.
Oh, wonderful how?
Oh, 3-week vacations, lots of office parties. We're having one this Friday if they go through with it after the fire. It's the 25th anniversary of the firm.
Oh, business must be good.
Not lately.
Got the stencil finished?
Almost, Paul.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, this is Betty Sherwood, Paul.
Are you black or regular?
Mm-hmm.
Your coffee, you take a black or regular?
Oh, I take it regular.
We had a fire.
Yeah, I heard.
Must have been a beaut. I'm sorry I missed it.
Oh, where were you?
Playing handball at my club.
Your club?
That exclusive one on 63rd Street. The YMCA. You
You must have seen the fire, Michelle.
How could I have seen it?
Well, you said you were going to work late last night.
I changed my mind.
Yeah, but you told me you had to stay late.
Here's your stencil, Paul.
Are there any good places to eat around here?
I'll show you one that's only medium bad.
Thanks. It didn't take another fire to melt the ice, just a quiet lunch, a brisk walk with some pleasant conversation, and a lunch hour shopping spree. She was easy to like. By the time we got back to the office, I had made a friend who invited me to her apartment that night.
And be careful what you say to Jenny, because she'll act very sweet and try to get you to confide your secrets. And when you least expect it, you'll find 6 inches of tempered steel in your back.
She doesn't seem the type.
Did you hear her remarks today about fire not being an accident? Oh, it was meant for me.
Now, what do you care what Jenny says, as long as you can account for your time last night?
Well, that's just it. I don't think I can.
Well, where were you last night?
I worked in the office till about 7 o'clock. I had some filing to catch up with. When I finished, I locked the place up and I took a subway uptown. I had a bite in the cafeteria, the one on 57th Street, and then I went to a concert at Carnegie Hall.
Well, did anybody see you there?
Absolutely nobody.
Did you have a canceled ticket?
I threw it away.
Well, what was playing at the concert, Michelle?
Vladimir Perevsky. He's appearing with the Philharmonic this week.
Oh, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Jenny really thinks I started the fire.
Well, why should Jenny single you out for suspicion?
It's not hard to figure out. She knows I was a patient in a mental hospital.
I see.
Does that frighten you, Betty?
Frighten me? No. Why should it? Why, there are lots of people who need mental help.
Yeah, 1 out of 10. Is it 12? Never can remember. Figures don't help much when it happens to you.
What did happen to you?
I guess it's not an unusual story. I fell in love with an older man, and the doctor said he was a father image. He wasn't like my father at all. He was sweet and considerate of me. We talked about getting married. And I guess I believed in him more than anyone in the world. Then I found out it was all a lie. He had a wife and a family in Boston. Just like... Here, cracking open under my feet. It kept falling. Falling. Nothing to hold on to. They found me sitting on the floor of my bedroom. I was laughing. And all around me were these beautiful dresses I just pulled from the closet and burned.
On this assignment, I found myself in a 9-to-5 job wrestling with the crowds.
Morning. Come here, Betty. I opened Michelle's drawer to find some paper clips. Look what I found. A can of turpentine and a carton of matches.
What's so strange about that?
What would she be doing with turpentine and matches? She doesn't even smoke. Does she, Paul?
I never seen her smoke.
See?
Oh, Jenny, I think you're jumping at conclusions. Well, these are things that could wind up in anybody's desk.
They didn't wind up in anybody's desk. They wound up in hers. I
Who
see
wants
that
the
they
bills?
told us. Come here, Joe. Look what I found on Michelle Howland's desk.
What's going on? Do you think she set the fire?
I Well, I don't like to accuse anybody of anything, but I know something I bet the rest of you don't.
What's that?
Well, supposing I were to tell you that Michelle was once a patient in a mental hospital.
No kidding. Does Mr. Risco know?
Sure he knows. But you know how good-hearted he is. He says, so what, as long as she's cured? Well, listen, how do we know she's cured? That girl's a danger to our lives. Why don't we all get together and go to Mr. Risco and demand that he fire this girl?
It's okay, but I mean...
Now, wait just a minute. We have...
Is the elevator stuck again, Joe? What is it?
It's these, Michelle.
What about them?
Oh, you can stop pretending now. We've a pretty good idea of what happened the other night.
You listen to me, Mrs. Jenny Kane. I am sick and tired of all your innuendos and accusations. You just keep your nose in your own affairs.
My life is my own affair, and I've got a right to protect it.
You've no right to touch other people's property.
What's all the racket?
Come here and look for yourself, Mr. Risco.
Are these yours, Michelle?
Of course they're mine, Mr. Risco. I keep matches in my desk because the salesmen are always asking for a light. And I bought the turpentine when I was painting my apartment. It's not even open.
Half full.
Well, somebody else must have opened it. I never did. I'm telling the truth. Doesn't anyone believe me? Paul? Betty? Mr. Risco?
I'm sorry, Michelle. I don't know what to believe. But why? Why should she want to set the place on fire?
Well, I'm not sure she did, Mr. Risco, but I do know this much. If she did, there was a very good reason. Something that sparked a lot of old hatred.
But what could it be? She's always seemed happy in her work. I paid her well.
Has she had any, love affairs lately?
How should I know?
Perhaps in the office with an older man?
You're not implying...
Don't get upset, Mr. Risco. It's just that we like to look under every stone.
I assure you that I've had nothing whatsoever to do with Michelle on a personal basis. Ever. I'm a happily married man.
Thanks.
Miss Jones,
Yes.
are you going to arrest her?
Well, I think that may be a little premature.
You realize, of course, that I'm going to have to let her go. My other employees demand it.
That's entirely up to you, Mr. Risco. But I suggest you wait a few days.
May I ask why?
Well, there are 4 other people who have keys to this building besides Michelle. They all have alibis for the night of the fire. I like to check alibis, Mr. Risco. It's a hobby of mine. With the help of the fire marshal staff, we did a thorough check on all the suspects. Confirmed, Mr. Risco was in Miami the night of the fire. Confirmed, Jenny Kane was at home in Bayshore, Long Island. Confirmed, Paul Williams, the office boy, was playing handball at the YMCA. 3 suspects cleared. 2 left unaccounted for.
You going to the office party tomorrow?
No.
Mr. Risco's decided to have it.
I don't know. I hadn't given it much thought.
They're usually pretty good. What do you think of Michelle setting fire to the place?
Oh, what makes you think she did it?
Well, you saw the can of turpentine, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I know, but that doesn't exactly prove anything.
Does to me. Besides, can she account for her time?
Well, it's not always easy to account for your time.
It is. If you're innocent.
All right. Now, let's say somebody accused you of setting fire. Can you account for your time?
Sure. I was down at Grady's bar.
Yeah, did anybody see you there?
Nobody. Just the police department of the city of New York. Can you keep a secret?
Yeah, sure, you can trust me, Joe.
Well, I got a little high that night, and, well, I tossed a bottle right through Grady's window, so he called the cops, and I spent the night in jail. But, you won't say anything, will you?
Oh, no. No, I won't say anything. The police blotter proved that Joe was arrested the night of the fire. Time of arrest, 8:53 p.m. 7 minutes before the fire broke out. But suppose he used a delayed action fuse. Got to Grady's bar, smashed the window before the fire broke out.
Impossible, Casey.
Why?
I saw this fellow when they brought him in. He was so polluted you could hardly stand near him. It would take 3 hours of concentrated drinking to get that stewed. And I mean concentrated.
All right. Thanks, Bill. A girl named Michelle. One more suspect to talk to.
There's nothing to talk about.
Where are you going?
Don't know. I'm make up my mind when I get to the bus station.
I think you're making a big mistake, Michelle. If you leave now, they won't suspect that you're guilty anymore. They'll be sure of it.
I didn't know there was any doubt left.
There is, as far as I'm concerned.
You had a funny way of showing it this morning.
I'm willing to help you if you let me.
How?
Well, let's go over everything you did that night you left the office. The supper, the concert, the way you came home. Maybe some way we'll find a clue to your alibi.
There's no way to prove it. I told you that.
Michelle,
please go away and leave me alone.
Michelle,
Go away!
Michelle. Michelle, isn't this
Give me that.
Now, wait a minute. Well, this is dated Monday night. The night before the fire. Michelle, you lied to me. Why?
I had to lie.
Because you were guilty?
No.
Where were you the night of the fire?
I worked in the office till 9. I was ready to leave when I smelled smoke. I went down the passageway to the warehouse. I saw the fire, but I got scared. I ran out into the street and I pulled the alarm, and then I hid in an alley. I hid there most of the night.
What were you scared of?
You never came out of a mental hospital trying to adjust. You get a job and everything's great for a while. And then they find out. And you know when they do. They start looking at you in a funny way. And then something happens, like a coat is missing or money is lost. You know the first one they'll blame is you. I had to make up an alibi. I just had to.
I understand, Michelle.
I didn't want to lie to you, Betty. Honest, I didn't. But I know how people think about mental illness. I've been hurt so many times. They'd only understand that it is an illness, like Mr. Risco's liver trouble or Joe's diabetes, that people can be cured.
What'd you say?
People can be cured.
No, wait. Before that, something about... Did you say Joe had diabetes?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure of that?
Mm-hmm. I've seen him giving himself those insulin shots.
Michelle, I don't think you're going to have to run away. I think I can promise you that.
What do you mean?
I'll see you tomorrow. Well, what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to go home and get a good night's sleep. You do the same. Tomorrow we're going to go to an office party.
Well, she has a nerve showing up here.
Well, as long as she's here, let's try to make her feel welcome, Johnny.
Oh, I intend to, Mr. Risco. I certainly intend to. Hi, Betty. Can I fix you a drink?
No, thanks. I brought my own supplies.
Oh. Did you bring your own supplies, or shall we send out for some turpentine?
You wait here.
Hi, Betty.
Hi, that's fancy footwork, Paul.
Well, how's everything going, Miss Sherwood?
Oh, it's going along just fine, Mr. Risco. It's just about all wrapped up. Hi, Joe.
Hi. Want to say something good?
Oh, no, I've got something better than that, just for you and me.
Sounds interesting.
Come on. There's my baby. Huh. Think she looks like me?
Yeah. You can see the resemblance.
Come on, chug a luck.
Thanks. I've already had a few.
Oh, Joe, you're not even an inch off the ground.
Look, I still got work to do.
Oh, don't worry about them. Let them walk down. The exercise will do them good.
Okay. It's good stuff.
Oh, Joe, you didn't even touch it. Come on, I want to see you get high. I want to see you get real high.
I'm not in the mood now.
Don't be an old party poop. What are parties for? You know, I bet you're great when you're high. What are you scared of, Joe? You've been high before?
Yeah. Sure, but
You know, like the night you threw the bottle through Grady's bar? I bet you were as high as a Jupiter that night. How were you, Joe? Or did you just make the policeman think you were high?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How'd you make him think you were high, Joe? Like this?
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Cut it out!
You get high, Joe, real high!
Cut it out! Cut it out!
Isn't this how you always get high, Joe?
Are you nuts or something? Cut it out!
You didn't get drunk that night or any other night. At least not since you've had diabetes. I may not be a doctor, Joe, but I do know this much. A diabetic can't get drunk. It upsets the sugar balance in the blood. It would have killed you, Joe.
Okay, so I can't get drunk. So what?
That's right. So you faked a drunk act. You got yourself arrested before 9 o'clock. So the police wouldn't tie you in with a fire. Who put you up to it, Joe? Who paid you to burn down the warehouse?
That'll be quite enough, Miss Jones. You're coercing this young man.
Shut up, Mr. Risco!
No.
Shut up! If you think that I'm going to take any rap for your lousy insurance claim, you're out of your mind.
All right. Get over here, both of you. Don't be alarmed. I'm a policewoman. I'm making an arrest.
Oh.
The next time you're involved in a crime, leave the detective work to the pros. We saw them with proof, not prejudice. Get me police headquarters, please. Mr. Risco's books. We'll go over them for evidence for possible motivation for arson. That's the technical side of the case. The human side is Michelle, a young woman who proved that it's possible for a mentally ill person to be completely cured. Tomorrow she'll be out looking for a job. I hope she finds a good one. A place where people are enlightened about things like mental illness. If she comes to your office, give her a break.
Pest.
Call someone. A doctor, help me. Don't you understand? I can't remember.
I suppose it doesn't really matter. One place is as bad as another to lose your memory in. But this joint, well, there aren't many other stops on the way down. Feeling better?
May I get dressed? Not even an initial?
Well, some expensive labels. Brooks Brothers, Bergdorf Goodman, shoes, courtesy of Delman's Fifth Avenue. Do you remember buying them?
Maybe I borrowed them.
Or stole them. Maybe.
I haven't let myself think. I can't shake a feeling. Well, what I mean is, I seem to remember dreaming a fearful dream.
Go on.
I was alone, trying to close the door. Trying to close the door to a dark room. Somehow I knew that in that room there was something horrible. Some fearful thing. Yet I couldn't move the door more than a few inches. I tried with all my strength and couldn't. Some force was holding the door from the other side. And I knew that if I didn't, something awful was going to happen.
Well, I'm sure it'll be all right. You better get dressed. I'll let the others in.
Well?
Oh, she's scared.
Oh, nuts.
I wonder how you'd react waking up a complete stranger to yourself.
Hey, Sergeant, who's gonna pay our tab?
Guess.
Oh, come on, this ain't the world if I can't afford.
Mister, you can't afford to open your mouth.
Hey, wait a minute.
I know a couple of people who'd like to know who you're paying off to keep this crummy place open.
Be careful, cop. This is a licensed, respectable hotel.
Do you always let kids like this in without luggage?
My night, man. It's got a soft heart.
Uh-huh. Who registered for?
She did. 1:30 a.m. Dolly Madison signed the register.
What do you want? We do the kid a favor. Let her sleep it off, and you make with the insults.
Was she drunk?
So I hear.
That's not true. I couldn't have been. I don't drink.
How do you know?
Oh, I just know, that's all.
Well, do you remember?
No. I just know.
Honey, I heard you were 30 feet off the ground when you danced in. Who you think you're kidding?
Take off. I'll see you downstairs.
Look at this.
Football tickets. Baker Field.
Stubs to Columbia Army game yesterday in New York.
Oh, you think they're hers?
Unless you dropped them. The room was vacant between the end of the game and the time she checked in.
I wonder who the other stub belonged to.
If we knew that, we'd know who she is.
Deborah? Denise? Lila? Diana? Diane? Donna? Dolly? Dolores? Dora? Doreen?
No.
Dorothy? Edna?
No.
Edwina?
No.
Elaine?
No.
Eleanor?
No.
Eliza? Elizabeth? Ella? Ellie? Elsie? Enid?
Paperwork.
Ernest?
Ah, that's the Army for you.
Francine? Frederica?
I want you to hear something.
Elsie?
Not now. Wait till it comes to it.
Enid?
Thought the newspaper would help.
Oh, she read the entire story of yesterday's game without it registering. I know more about Columbia's backfield than Red Grange.
He played for Illinois.
You know what I mean.
Oh, by the way, I just got an updated missing persons list. No description of her. Well, I gotta take off.
Wait a minute.
Can't.
Wait. Shh. Here he comes.
Frederica? Georgia? Geraldine?
No.
Gloria?
Did you notice?
Glynis?
She hesitated a little on Geraldine.
Huh? She did it the first time, too.
I'll leave you to figure it out.
That's enough, Phil.
Good. I'll be mumbling names in my sleep. My wife's gonna think I got a harem or something.
Everybody's so cheerful.
Well, how should we act? After all, nobody died.
How long before I go to the hospital?
In a few minutes. I'll take you over to Bellevue. They're expecting us. Who's Geraldine?
I don't know. I hesitated, didn't I, when he read it?
Your name?
No, I'm sure of it. As sure as I can be of anything.
But it sounded familiar.
It made me catch my breath, sort of. As if my heart skipped a beat.
Why are you afraid? Is it a fear that you won't remember?
No.
Well, then what is it?
A fear that I will.
By Tuesday morning, the case of Jane Doe, number 286, had been turned over, and I was busy with other things.
Excuse me, Casey. Where's the girl?
What girl?
Our latest Jane Doe. Still at Bellevue?
Yeah, as far as I know, what?
Take a look at this. It came in late yesterday. Well, it could be a coincidence.
Yeah, but I think it's worth a look-see with the girl.
So do I. I'll call for a trip downtown.
Where are we going? Westchester County Hospital.
Dr. Ross, one of his surgeries.
Late Sunday, while Bellevue was admitting you, state troopers found a girl behind some shrubbery on the highway south of here.
Dead?
Well, almost.
But who is she?
Well, they don't know, but she's in pretty bad shape. She hasn't regained consciousness. Apparently, she was hit by a car. She dragged herself to the side of the parkway.
Cancel that, Casey. The doctor says she wasn't hit. According to her injuries, she was pushed or fell from a car traveling at terrific speed. Listen to this. 11:40 Saturday night, State Trooper Michael Cummings, Barracks G, State Police, etc. Spotted a 1956 Chrysler convertible heading north on the Hudson River Parkway, etc. Here it is. Estimated speed, 105 miles per hour. He lost it a half mile from the Connecticut line. Radioed ahead, but they must have turned off.
But what has this to do with me?
There were 2 ticket stubs to a football game found in your pocket. Number ending in 58 and 59. This girl had a stub to the same game, number ending in 60. In the lining of her coat, there were the initials G-R-W. G. Geraldine?
Here she comes. Third operation in 48 hours.
Jerry. No, I'm all right.
Who is she?
Jerry. Geraldine, my half-sister. I'm Elizabeth Wilson.
What happened Saturday?
Jerry, she's a junior at Barnard. I came down for the game. She's dead.
Just now.
What happened, Elizabeth Wilson? What happened Saturday night?
I don't know.
You feeling better? Can you continue?
Yes.
I gave your mother's cabin number to Sergeant Necchio, the department will radio the ship.
Too bad her winter has to be ruined. She hates the winter. She won't like having to return to New York. Even though it's Jerry, not me.
Your mother's name is different from the one you gave us as yours.
I kept my father's, even though they'd been divorced for over 12 years. My mother changes names like gloves.
Seemed very bitter for 18.
Poor Jerry. We had a lousy Christmas this time. Oh, not with Mother. Just the two of us. Of course, we're welcome wherever Mother happens to be in December. But the only holiday Mother ever really celebrates is Bastille Day. It's so chic, you know. And after all, it's nice and warm in July. Poor Jerry didn't remember her father. Oh, he came after mine. Didn't last as long.
Radiogram's on the way. She docks in Naples on Saturday. She won't be here for a week. Oh, Lieutenant says back to Bellevue for Beth, I mean.
Something is always dying, you know. Not only
What's she
the
saying?
The doctor said it might
idea.
Yeah, what about Saturday?
Oh,
I don't know.
Miss Wilson, what happened after you left the game Saturday?
Saturday. Saturday is like looking through fuzzy blue light. Everything so fuzzy. So slow. I can almost hear the moon turn.
Miss Wilson, don't you understand? You may be in serious trouble. You're linked to a vehicular homicide.
Oh, Jerry. It was so slow the evening. Much too slow for someone like her. Jerry. It was pretty wild.
Oh, no. I just learned his sister was an honor student. Quiet, serious. Beth is the wild one of the two.
Well, no. Why did she say her sister was?
I don't know.
Here's that info you wanted.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Well, what's up?
I was sure I was on to something. I'm still sure.
Incidents of arrests by precinct. Narcotic. You think there's a narcotic gang?
Oh, I could be wrong. The things Beth said started me thinking about everything being so slow and fuzzy Saturday night. Slow motion. She said she could hear the moon turn.
So maybe she reads poetry. Her sister's autopsy didn't turn up a thing, and she was examined, don't forget. No needle marks. Not a sign of snow.
I'm thinking about something that wouldn't leave a trace.
Marijuana.
You know, a woman once told me that She could hear the flowers grow. She could see 100 miles. A kid once told me he could float out a window. Tried to prove it.
She had a hangover. Yet she claims she doesn't drink.
That dream of hers about the door, the dark room, the rushing wind. Adding it all up, I'd say that Beth was in that car that night. That there was someone else. Maybe even a fourth person. I'd say that Beth saw her sister die. But she won't let herself remember. The next day I took Beth to the university campus. In my purse was a list of student hangouts. The answer to Saturday night had to be in one of them. Couple of Cokes, please.
How long do we keep this up?
I'll let you know.
Might as well play some music in self-defense. Something makes me nervous.
Well, it's quite a selection.
You pick something out. Something soft and soothing.
Moonlight on the Gallows. Huh, I don't believe it.
I don't either. Hickory Dickory Rock. That sounds worse.
Oh, here's one, an old Ellington recording.
Which?
B10.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a good one. And it's got a crack in it. All you can hear is clickety, clickety, clickety. Click. I've been in here before.
I guess you have. When?
I don't know.
Try to think.
I am trying.
Was it Saturday?
I don't know! I'm doing the best I can. Can't you understand that? All you can do is poke and dig at me.
Now, you listen to me. Late Saturday night, a girl was fatally injured. The hard facts are these. Someone was responsible for your sister's death. We want to know the circumstances surrounding that death. If helping you get your memory back does that good, if not, we'll look somewhere else. I don't mean to sound cruel, Beth. But there are many shadings to the word homicide.
Kenny!
Say, what are you doing in New York? I've been calling that stupid school of yours since Monday.
Ken Davidson. We were with him Saturday night. Ken, what happened? Where did we go? What did we do?
Hey, Beth, what's wrong? What's the matter with you?
She doesn't remember anything that happened before Saturday. She's drawn a complete blank.
She kid.
I'm sorry.
Were you with him Saturday, Ken?
He was. I know he was. Oh.
What?
He and Jerry. They had a fight.
Hey, say now, what is this?
Sit down, Mr. Davidson. Let's talk.
Well, what's she been telling you?
You sound worried.
Well, I have no reason to be.
Hello, Earthman. You look low.
Like, buzz off, Billy. You're talking to a cop.
How drunk are you?
How high the moon? Larry? Hey, Larry, let's go, man. The city gates close at midnight. Cinderella's the watchman. And she looks like Marilyn Monroe. La belle dame, son. Anything. See?
He drinks quite a lot, old Bill does.
Does he?
Hey, listen, I don't know what this is all about.
You own a car, Ken?
A car? Sure, I own a car. A convertible, why?
What make?
Chrysler.
Let's go downtown, Ken.
Now, listen, ma'am. Can't you tell me what this is all about? I got exams tomorrow. I got a lot of studying to do.
You got a good excuse, Ken. You can tell him you're being held for questioning in the death of Geraldine Wilson. You better not flunk that exam. We have to go so fast? I don't call this fast. Do you, Ken? 50's crawling, isn't it?
Oh, please, why don't you believe me? I had nothing to do with Jerry's accident.
Accident?
Look, it's past 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been telling you for hours I wasn't in the car. I loaned it to them. She's got to remember, I wasn't with them.
Maybe you'll remember, Kim, when we get to the place where they found her. Well, we can understand that the drug had a hold of you like a devil whispering in your ear, telling you to do things you never would have done if you hadn't smoked marijuana. We're going awful fast, aren't we?
Not that fast.
You'll tell us what happened, Ken. Where you bought the reefers? Who was driving while you and Jerry were sitting in the back seat?
Look, I tell you, I wasn't there. I didn't go along.
Tell him to slow down, please.
Faster. Faster.
But look, there was no reason, no motive.
Marijuana gave the reason. The weed that slowed the world down, that made 100 miles an hour seem like you were standing still. Tell us how the world slowed down. How you were drifting, floating with no room for anger. How you reached over and unlocked the door like this. Pushed slowly up in the handle and then harder against the door. Now, Jerry!
I was driving. We'd all smoke them. Only Ken wouldn't go along. And he and Jared had a fight. And I was driving. And talking to Jerry. And she kept saying faster. And she asked me why we'd stopped. And she said she was going to stretch her legs. And I looked at the speedometer and it said 110 and I laughed. Because I knew it had to be wrong because Jerry had gone for a walk. And when I stopped laughing again, I was driving alone. Only now the wind was loud through the door.
Where'd you get the reefers, Sonny? Where'd you get the stuff that made all these dreams possible?
He doesn't know. I bought them. They cost $1 a piece. I thought it was a cheap price for a new experience.
Well, me for home. Oh, if my wife kicks once about the kids on the block or the school ruining the kids, I'll let her know about the other side of the tracks. So long, Dixie.
So long, Steve. Who is to blame? The man who sold her the reefers, did he kill her? Beth, who gave them to her? The mother who didn't love her? Well, case dismissed. Dismissed. Will Beth ever forget that Saturday night? Well, that's an understanding she'll have to search for. It may take the rest of her life. routine job for a policewoman. At least I thought it was routine. So did the doctor riding the ambulance. It looked to him like an overdose of narcotics, a common way addicts try to commit suicide. The chances of recovery are usually 50-50.
Poor Emma. You're in an ambulance. You're going to be taken care of. Where's Otto? Don't try to talk now. Just take it easy.
I want to see Otto. And Lily. You know, Otto and Lily Flagler. Suddenly it isn't routine. You're listening. Hard. Like a night apartment. I live with them. Otto's good. He never meant to hurt anybody. Hurt who? The suckers I used to pick up. Otto would take care of them.
What kind of narcotic did you take?
I didn't take any dope.
Was it heroin? Morphine?
I didn't take nothing like that. All I had this morning. A cup of coffee. Age, about 20. Occupation, come on, girl. She didn't get much out of life. But what she left behind was important. A name. Otto Flagler. Otto Flagler. That was the name the girl left us. The first lead we had in a hold-up racket that had been plaguing us for months. A check of our files and the central FBI files in Washington revealed no record. We figured that if Flagler was our man, he'd be in the market for someone to take the dead girl's place. We thought it was at least worth a try.
I can't help it if I like to snuggle up real tight, can I?
Oh, cut it out.
Well, can I?
Well, then I say let's go someplace where we can really do some snuggling, huh?
Oh, okay.
Hey, my wallet, it's gone.
Is it?
Yeah, I just had it. I know I did, and then you got close. I thought I felt something. You took my wallet.
Oh, you're crazy in the head, mister.
Hey, I want a cop. This girl took my wallet. You hear me? That girl stole my wallet. Call a cop, will you?
Wallet, no?
So what, are you cop or something? Hey, let me have that. Let me have it. Hey, what's the idea?
$10.
It's mine.
Take it. It is not much for the risk that you take. Are you new in town?
2 months. I'm from Horton, New York. I tried to get a job modeling, but didn't work out.
Why don't you do a work which is not so dangerous?
Like what?
Like working for me? Are you interested?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll listen.
Lily? Lily? Look, we have a new boarder, just like you wanted. Come in, Doris.
Doris. Such a pretty name. Such a pretty girl.
This is my wife, Lily. Huh?
I'm pleased to meet you.
You've got to excuse my not getting up, but I can't move a muscle in my leg. Not a muscle. Not since my accident.
We don't think about these things anymore, Lily. What is over is over.
Never over. Never. Seems like yesterday. Seems like 5,000 years ago. Lily Conway, queen of the aerialists. I played almost every country in the world. Isn't that right, Otto? There would be my music. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Up. Up I go. Up. 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 And I'd float through the air like a feather. Like I was flying. And the sound of the applause would be like the roar of the ocean. Now there's no more applause. No more Lily Conway. No more anything since that night. I was on the high swing at the top of the tent when I saw Otto with this woman.
Oh, Lily, please, please.
I forgive you, Otto. I told you that first day in the hospital. I forgive you.
I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Do you like it? This is where you will live. You have no rent to pay. Nothing to worry about. A good setup, huh?
Oh, yeah. Swell. What's the angle?
Angle?
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is strictly business between us. I have never looked at another woman. Not since the night my Lily fell. Never. And I never will.
I was just wondering. I mean, a guy with a steady job.
Let me tell you something. I do not like nosy people.
Well, look, I just gotta know some things if we're gonna work together. Like, when do we start? Tomorrow night?
I don't know. Maybe tomorrow night. Maybe the night after. Maybe not until next week. I just don't know.
Wait a minute. What's the delay? I don't want to just sit around here and bite my nails. I want some action.
I will tell you when you get action. When I say so. Right now, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know. For 3 days now, you don't know. You're afraid of getting even with me for keeping you chained to this chair, just as I'm chained to it.
Lily, I told you.
Told me. I don't want you to tell me. I want you to do something. You don't care. You don't care.
Lily, please.
I can't walk. Because of you. And you stand there and torture me. Torture.
I had to wait. Because of what happened. You know.
I don't care. I can't stand any more waiting. I can't stand any more waiting.
I go.
Da-da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-da-da-dee.
We work tonight.
Oh, well, that's good news to me.
We work out of Gately's bar. Down at the hotel where I give massages. I tell the customers from out of town and the other masseurs that Gately's is a good place to go to meet girls.
Ah.
It is good for me and it is good for Gately.
Uh-huh. That's pretty smooth. It guarantees a supply of well-heeled suckers, doesn't it?
Yeah. Tonight I go first. I walk up to the bar. I look around till I find the right man. Then you come in. I give you the sign.
Oh, I get the routine. I go to work on the guy. I lead him to where you'll be waiting and you do the rest. Now, what do you use, a blackjack or a gun?
No. No blackjack. No gun. Did you ever hear of judo?
Judo? What's that?
Playing in circuses all over the world, I pick up things. In Japan, I learned judo. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's something like wrestling, isn't it?
It is an art. It is a very special and a useful art. Come. Now, say this is the entranceway. where I will be waiting for you 10 minutes after I have left you at Gately's. I'll be behind the door. You walk in, he is behind you. When he comes in front of me, I use what is called the Hadaka Jimi, the naked choke. It has to be done very carefully, just right. One arm goes around the throat, so. And with the other, I grab my other arm, so. And with my hand, I press on the neck, so. The breath is cut off. He is paralyzed. Paralyzed. He cannot make a sound. That is when you take the wallet. It has to be done very carefully. The pressure has to be applied. Just so much. Just so long. Under no circumstance must one snap the neck. And that can happen very easily if one gets excited. If one is not careful, the man is not unconscious, but dead. Dead.
Oh, you'd never let anything like that happen, would you?
I will be at Gately's at 9:30.
Wow.
The light, mister? Lime water, please.
Wow. Hello.
I don't mean to be intrusive, but, didn't you and me meet in, Oskaloosa?
It's just possible.
Say, why don't we go over into one of them booths and get to know each other?
Well, I can think of worse things.
Now, this is cozy. But you know something? I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit cozier.
I think that could be arranged. It's gone. I better give him a 5-minute start.
He uses a naked choke, huh?
That's right.
Impossible to break that. Once he's got you locked in, you pass out in 6 seconds. Anything beyond that, he's out to kill. Now, I'll pretend to go right out. But if he hangs on, you move in with a chop across the neck.
Now, if he lets you drop to go right on with the case, all right?
That's it. 24-hour watch goes on the apartment.
Yeah, that's what the lieutenant said.
You ready?
Let's go. Did you think you were going to kill him?
No, don't bother with questions. I have an errand to do. Hey, Lily, I'll be back as soon as I can.
Where have you been? What took you so long? Where's Otto? Everything worked out fine, Lily. Otto said he'd be here in a few minutes. He does this to me.
He does it to me to get even. He waits till I can't stand it any longer. I've got to have it. I'm going to die if I don't get it. Die.
Get what, Lily?
Don't you know? Don't you know?
Yes, I think I do. It's dope, isn't it, Lily?
Ever since the accident. First with the pain. Then when I found I'd have to never walk again.
Is that why Otto needs money?
You don't know what it's like. You don't know.
I'll get you a coat.
In the closet. Sure. What are you doing in there? What are you doing in there? Let me have it. Let me have it. Anne. Oh, she knew the torture I go through.
Annie.
Anne, the girl before you. She never touched it, but she knew. She understood.
Where did she go, Lily?
Home. Home. Far away home. She was nervous. She was upset. Poor little Anne.
Lily, now listen to me. If Annie went home, why didn't she take any of her clothes or any of her belongings, not even a suitcase?
What are you saying to me? Why are you trying to torture me? Let me alone. Let me alone.
She didn't go home, Lily. Tell me what happened to her. What happened to her?
It had to be done. It had to be done.
What had to be done?
To kill her. To kill her. Well, it's not true. It's not true.
Yes, it is true. Now, why did she have to be killed?
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Liebchen,
Where have you been?
I am sorry.
Give it to me.
I was followed.
Followed? Well, you're probably just imagining it.
No, I do not imagine. See? He is waiting. Waiting for me. But he will not get me. Or Lily. I will not let that happen.
Otto.
Liebchen, you feeling better now?
Oh, yes, Otto. I was afraid you weren't coming back.
Liebchen, listen to me. It is time for us to leave the city.
Again, Otto?
Yeah, again.
Oh.
I begin to pack.
I told you something before Otto came in, didn't I?
Yes. About Annie.
What did I say?
You said that she had to be killed, Lily. That she was poisoned with an overdose of dope.
I said that?
Yes, Lily.
Why did you ask me? You shouldn't have asked me. Now you know. Poor Anne knew she knew something. She was upset. She was even going to the police. I wouldn't let that happen to Otto. I would always protect him.
What did she know, Lily?
Otto killed a man. It was a mistake, but he killed him for me, trying to get money for me. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
You mustn't think Otto's bad. Otto's good. You should have seen him when I first met him. When was it? 25, 30 years ago? You should have seen him. He was so strong, so handsome in his leotard, so innocent. That was my Otto. He was never meant for this, for stealing and killing. I did this to him. Now there's no turning back. Not for Otto, for me. Only more stealing, more killing ahead.
Liebchen, we are almost packed.
Yes, Otto.
You were in that closet.
Sure, in that closet. What of it?
Oh, but don't get so excited, Otto. There's no need to get so excited. She knows, don't you, dear?
What does she know?
Oh, so many things, like why poor Anne's clothes here, or if she went home, things like that. And I told her
The truth?
everything. Oh, it was so nice to tell the truth. So cool and pleasant. Made me feel good. Why don't we all have a nice cup of coffee? There's nothing like coffee.
Yeah. Let us have a nice cup of coffee.
It won't take long to heat up.
Oh, get away from that window. Oh, you want to give a signal, huh? Oh, you are working with the police. I know it. Ever since the beginning, at Gately's, when you took that wallet from that man, I knew something was wrong. He did not even chase you out into the street. Now I know. You were setting a trap for me, and I walked into it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You question my wife about Anne when she needs a fix, and you question her when she is high. You are working with the police now, huh? Tell me.
Otto,
Tell me you are working with the police, yes?
Killing me is only going to make it worse for you and for Lily. That's true. I am a cop.
Oh.
Now just think, Otto. There's nothing you can do about it. Listen to me. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there is no escape. Oh, I knew it would come. It would happen. I have been waiting. But now, what will become of my Lily? At the top of the tent, she was like a star, shining in the sky. Shining light, beauty.
Nothing like a cup of coffee. For you, dear. Here's one for you, Otto. This will make us all feel better.
Thank you, Lily.
Drink yours, dear. It will do you good. Finish yours for me, Otto. Lily, what's in this coffee?
It is excellent coffee. The best you ever made.
Lily, answer me. What's in this coffee?
There's nothing in yours, dear.
Only in Lily's and mine.
And there's nothing anyone can do. The time will come, my sweet husband. I love you, Otto. I love you. Da 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 dee.
Oh, I see you like a star in the sky, shining, Did he kill her?
No. Yes, I guess he did. A long time ago.
What I don't get is why, if he was being good to her, she killed him.
She loved him.
Yeah. Come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
Oh, no, I think I'll skip the coffee tonight.
Okay. See you, Casey.
Yeah. routine case. That's what it started out to be. Yet I should know by now that when you come into somebody's home, you also get into their lives. And when that happens, it's very hard to remember that it's a routine case.
Place your bets. No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. The bets are closed, ladies and gentlemen.
Say the rich kind, the social register, silk stocking, above the common herd kind of sucker for a game of chance. Like Jimmy Van Brock, Sonny Van Brock to the society page editors and head waiters at the East Side supper clubs. And say you played in a game that was way over your head and lost.
What should I do?
Write him a check.
I can't cover it, not till my next quarterly dividend.
Write it anyway.
Will you hold them off?
Don't worry. Better drop in on Van Brock.
Another bum check?
The money's there. You may have to scare it out of him, only this time use your head. Threaten, don't push. Remember, he's not your kind.
Yeah, you and him both. All front, no money. I pay off when I lose.
You've got to give me a little time.
24 hours.
I can't. Courtney said...
There's a law against passing bum checks. Didn't you know that?
I know, but...
There's money around. Get it. I advise you to take care of this.
I will if you give me some more time.
You got lots of time. 24 hours.
Sonny Van Brock, born on Monday, gambled on Tuesday, was desperate on Wednesday. Sonny Van Brock was in the hospital but still alive on Thursday when Detective Davis, attached to the DA's office, visited the townhouse of J. Foster Crandall, executor of the Van Brock estate.
Yes, but why can't you simply arrest Courtney? Quietly, of course. Thanks. There's no charge. Enticing people to a gambling house? That's not exactly a crime. Driving a boy like young Van Brock to attempt suicide. You can never prove such a thing. We can only pick Courtney up if we nab him in a gambling room while it's operating. Poor Sonny. His father was one of my closest friends. Mr. Crandall, how does Courtney feel about women? What are you thinking of? A girl on the force. Somebody who could move around in the same circles you and Courtney move in. Maybe as a Member of one of your clubs.
What? A policewoman? It's absolutely impossible.
She wouldn't wash her face in the finger bowl, if that's what you mean. Yes? Mr. Crandall speaking. For Lieutenant Davis. The boy's dead. Bring on your policewoman. Right.
Oh, hello, Uncle Foster. Courtney insisted on driving me home from the club.
Thank you, George.
Oh, it was a pleasure, sir.
Marcia tells me she's been having a wonderful time. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must dress for dinner.
Yes, sir. Are you having fun?
Up to a point?
Oh, what point?
It's not important.
Yes, it is. Girls I squire aren't usually bored.
I'm not exactly bored.
Tell the truth.
Well, don't you people in New York do anything but go to concerts and theaters and nightclubs?
What do you do out in Seattle for excitement?
I've got a system
System for what?
for excitement. The wheel. His shot?
Wheel.
As the song goes, the big wheel runs by faith, but the roulette wheel runs by the grace of the croupier, and it pays off 35 to 1.
It does?
One weekend, 2 other girls and I from school went to Las Vegas, and I won $1,400 because, you're not going to believe this, but my math prof gave me this system. It's based on the laws of probability.
Uh-huh.
Look, it really is. I went back half a dozen times.
Did you always win?
Oh, well, no, but I didn't always follow the system consistently.
Then you lost.
Well, a few thousand. But that's no fault of the system. It has to work if you give it a chance.
With any system, though, I imagine you have to be prepared to lose.
Oh, well, that's the thrill in gambling, the risk of losing. Look, you put real money down. As they say in Vegas, there's no payoff on mental bets.
I see. Well, I'd like to help you out, but unfortunately, I don't know a place with a wheel.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. That would have been fun.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Hmm?
Yeah, well, you call me around noon. I'll see.
What do you say? Look, if you really want to try, we could go hunting for a wheel.
Oh, I'd love to.
Tomorrow, about 5.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Good night, Marcy.
Good night, George. Well, it's all set for tomorrow.
Good work, Casey. Tough?
Ah, he's pretty cagey. Look, where did you get that line about not paying off on mental bets?
Oh, an old dice player I used to know.
Uh-huh.
You better deposit this in the morning to cover your losses.
Now, what makes you think I'll lose?
You'll lose. How do you size up, Courtney?
Hard as they come.
The guys running the outfit will be harder. But we'll have a cover on you wherever you go.
Early the next evening, a car was at the curb with the chauffeur. Courtney had managed to locate a gambling house that afternoon. He said. Pretty elaborate setup. Car-to-car radio. Our car was following a leader. They were covering their tracks beautifully. Every 15 minutes, a new car took over. They spotted the cover car that was trailing us, and they had another trick up their sleeves. was goodbye to the cops who were tailing me. I was on my own without a cover, and I didn't like it. We changed cars about a half a dozen times and practically crisscrossed Manhattan before we got there.
Well, Miss
Crandall, I'm Mr. Courtney. Mr.
Logan. Yeah, well, we've been informed. It's nice to have you here tonight, Miss Crandall. What's your pleasure?
Miss Crandall is very anxious to try your wheel.
Well, certainly. This way.
I got $500 worth of chips, the minimum amount. And the lowest priced chips there were the $25 kind.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. Bets on me. Well, good luck. Look, I'll be wandering around. Let me know when you want to go home.
Oh, not till I break the bank. I'll let you know.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets.
I played one chip on the red, starting easy. If I was going to lose, it had to be slow losing. Slow enough to give me time to find out who the operators were.
How are we doing? Not too bad. Still early. Okay, you better get back to your wheel, huh?
What do you want to do with these IOUs?
Now, your department, you take care of them.
Take care of them yourself. They're your friends.
You can't handle your end, let me know. I'll find someone who can.
Don't try any funny business with me. Don't you try to shortchange me.
If I did, you wouldn't even know it.
Ah, there you are. I wonder what happened to you.
What's the matter? You broke already?
Oh, not at all. My system works beautifully. I'm exactly even.
Sounds like a lot of work for nothing.
Work? I haven't had this much fun in weeks.
Ah, that's the way to talk, Miss Crandall. You're a girl after my own heart.
Not your heart, Logan. It's your money she's after.
That's what I meant.
Good. I wasn't sure.
You say we can't tail them.
That's right.
Give it to me again.
A radio, a conference hookup. Any car following through more than one checkpoint is spotted, like my cover was last night.
What if we pulled in one of those drivers and sweated him a
It
little?
won't do any good, because none of the drivers know where the game is. They only know the next checkpoint, except the last driver.
What about monitoring that radio hookup?
Can't. Calls aren't regular enough. By the time you got a fix on them, they'd be a mile away.
We know the game operates. We know the operators. The only thing we don't know is where.
Well, now you've got it.
Got what?
Nothing. The single O, 0.
And young Van Brock, we got him, too, in the grave. We can't touch the killers.
Unless he makes a slip somewhere.
There's not much chance of that. They're too cool.
Oh, he's not that cool. Courtney feels very guilty about that kid's death.
Enough to throw them off stride?
Maybe. Look, why don't we release the story to the press? Police suspect murder in Van Brock's death. New clues. Arrest suspected shortly. You know.
Hey, you think it would work?
You got a better idea? Hop to it, Casey.
Police suspect socialite in debt to gambling syndicate. Hint foul play and Van Brock death. May have been murder victim.
Murder? Are they kidding?
Wasn't it?
No. I had to collect, didn't I?
You didn't have to press it that hard.
No? Well, next time you carry out your own orders.
I'm wondering how to say this. Tomorrow night's game is going to be the last.
The last?
As far as I'm concerned.
Why, does that bother you?
Well, I was hoping to get back some of the money I lost.
Well, maybe you can. If you play another system.
What system?
Mine. Playing with my money for me, of course. Will you do it?
Sure.
Good. And in return, I might do something for you.
What?
Oh, I was thinking of going down to Rio for Mardi Gras. Might invite you along.
Well, let me think about it.
Yes, of course. See you usual time?
The usual time.
In other words, we got about 24 hours to figure some way to track him down.
That's about it.
Fine. We can track a satellite around the world. We can't track a car through Manhattan.
What? What did you say?
I said you'd think that if we could track a satellite through outer space, we'd be able to track a car through Manhattan.
Davis, who's that man headquarters uses? The one that handles police radio? What's his name?
Prescott?
That's our boy.
Gentlemen, this is the transmitter. This is receiver number 1. We'll call this receiver number 2. Now, Mr. Davis, if you will take receiver number 2 over there, and Mr. Willis, if you will take receiver number 1 over there. Casey, the transmitter. Gentlemen, put the headphones on and switch on the receivers. Casey, switch on the transmitter. Now, Casey, if you will walk out into the hall, walk up and down the corridors, in any direction at all. Any at all. Now, gentlemen, you follow her. Interesting, isn't it? You see, gentlemen, the receivers point to the transmitter wherever it is. And in she comes. Well, there's your satellite.
Did you track me?
Of course. This signal will be picked up by those receivers up to a distance of 10 miles. Turn them off now, please, gentlemen. The indicators will point in the direction of the signal, no matter where it comes from. Where can I lay out these maps? The receivers will be in the police cars. Let us say one is uptown here on the west side, another is downtown on the east side. Casey, you begin to move. Now you're moving all over town, and we're following you, see? Finally, you arrive at your point of destination. Let us say it's somewhere over east here. Well, indicator number 1 points east, toward the East River. Indicator number 2 downtown points north. Now, we plot these 2 lines of direction on the map, as you can see I'm doing. And where they intersect, there, gentlemen, is your gambling house.
Yeah, but that doesn't pinpoint the house.
Oh, it will when you move the receivers in close enough.
You could put the transmitter in your purse. It wouldn't be too big.
Oh, no, this will never fit in an evening bag.
Well, maybe you could put it,
Maybe you better leave that up to me.
You decided about our trip to Rio?
Well, let's talk about it after we hit the jackpot.
All right. Your arm doesn't hurt too badly, does it?
No, it's only a slight sprain.
You know what to do.
Take your bets, gentlemen. Take your bets. No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. The bets are covered. The number is 36, red. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. The number is 1, red.
At the end of an hour, not one of his numbers had paid off. Loss, $5,000. And at the end of an hour and a half, I was down $7,000. Only $3,000 left.
Play number 13, $1,500.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. No more bets. The bets are closed.
There it was. 6 was on.
The number is 13 black.
Number 13 at 35 to 1 for $1,500. Dizzy arithmetic. Over 40,000 for Courtney. But if he was running this game, what was he trying to do? I had a headache now. A real one.
Will you cash them in for me, please?
Very well, Miss Crandall. Boy. Make your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Make your bets.
Nicely staged. What's Jackson's cut?
What do you mean?
Croupier. You two had this rigged, didn't you?
Shot.
No.
Good. My kind of girl. How about real?
Well, it's tempting, but...
Mardi Gras, Guanabara Bay, Copacabana Beach. Change your mind.
Take me home, George.
I see.
Look, I've got to go. Here's your money.
Not here. Meet you later at your place. There'll be a car downstairs waiting for you.
I could handle him when he played it hard. But for a second, he showed the real George Courtney. For more reasons than one, it was time to go.
Swear, Miss Crandall. I'd step in if I were you. All right, the money. Hand it over.
Look, I want it.
Yeah, you and Courtney. Couple of society crooks with a tired old angle. You lose big, but you win bigger, huh? I told him not to try anything. All right, come on, let's have it.
All right, Logan. I'll take that.
One thing I never argue with is a gun. There you are. Pretty boy trying to pull a gag on an old pro like me, huh? I told you not to shortchange me. And the time I get through with you, you won't be so pretty. You look just like a bum who's been in the gutter for 20 years. Wait a minute. Hey. Now, what is this? A radio transmitter. Who are you, anyhow? Hey, give me that. A detective special. A lady cop. Courtney's society girlfriend, a lady cop. Oh, I tell you, that's a laugh. Well, you've been saved a beating, Mr. Pretty Boy, because I'm getting out of here. Cops will be coming in any minute. Come along with me. You're going to be my police escort.
Mustn't leave without our money, must
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a raid. Go on quietly and nobody will get hurt.
It's too late.
Very well. I'll never have it made.
Nearly.
You know, my grandfather made his in railroads. And I was taking people for a ride, too. It's a public service.
It's very funny. Until you think of young Van Brock.
I never wanted that to happen. I hope you believe me.
I believe you. But it doesn't help that kid.
The first Courtney ever to be arrested. But then I'm the first Courtney ever to be born with insufficient funds.
Thank you for getting me out of a bad spot with Logan.
It wasn't you I was thinking of. It was the money. Marcia, officer. It wasn't really the money.
Courtney speaking. A nice one. Maybe someday that side of him will win out. But I wouldn't bet on it. This is the 22nd Precinct. Some people call it the Jungle Patrol. In this place where rowboat rides lead to safe harbors, the only crime committed should be a stolen kiss. There were no kisses in the park that night, unless you want to count the kiss of death. There were 622 slugs in him. A cop can make a mistake, but nobody's going to pin a medal on him when it happens.
In the palm of your hand. You had her in the palm of your hand. Wasn't there something, some little something you remember about him that we could follow up on?
A dog, a dachshund.
But we don't have the dog. We know he's somewhere loose in Central Park, but we don't have him. Oh, what's the use? Wait outside, will you?
She must have really hated him to empty the gun into him.
What do you got in your mind?
Well, it always sets me wondering when a woman kills a man.
That's so different from a man killing a woman?
Yeah, I think it is.
You better go on over to the victim's mother. Give her these. It's personal belongings. We have no use for them.
I wonder what use his mother will have for them. Ken Morgan, address...
The morgue.
Lieutenant Doyle. Well, keep looking. How should I know? Try whistling. Why don't you see if the dog went home to the man's house?
I have a hunch the dog belongs to the woman in the park.
Let's hope so. There'll be a license on the collar, and then we'll have her.
Mm-hmm. Unless she finds the dog first.
Miss Jones, I'll say what I have to say again, in the hope that I can make it clear to you once and for all. There was no woman, I tell you, in my son's life.
Mrs. Morgan, somewhere in this city there's a woman who had a reason, or thought she had a reason, to kill your son.
For 20 years I've been both mother and father to him. I knew his every thought and action. My son was a handsome, wealthy young man. There must have been many women who wanted him, and perhaps one of them killed him. But no woman meant anything to him. No one! I'm very tired. I must get some rest now. You'll have to excuse me.
You'll have to excuse her. She'd help you if she could.
I think she could. If she wanted to.
No, that isn't true. Ken was her whole life, but I really believe she'd rather see him dead than lose him to another woman.
Then there was another woman. Look, Miss Connor, it's natural to feel a certain reluctance answering questions under these circumstances, but it's essential. And it may be extremely important.
All I know is that he was engaged to someone, but Mrs. Morgan objected and Ken broke it off.
Well, do you know the girl's name?
Wendy Jenkins. But listen, once Mrs. Morgan got Ken to break the engagement, she just forgot that Wendy ever existed.
Well, sometimes mothers are like that.
Don't misunderstand. Mrs. Morgan knew my mother. And when my parents died, she brought me to New York and she got me a job in Ken's office. I'm practically a part of the family. I don't know why I'm chattering on like this. I guess if I didn't talk, I'd cry. I don't want to cry. I don't believe tears are a measure of grief.
Well, sometimes tears make grief easier to bear.
Have you ever cried, Miss Jones?
Yes. Yes, I've cried.
For someone you loved?
Someone I loved. Good night, Miss Connor. The telephone directory listed only one Wendy Jenkins, just a few short blocks from the spot where Ken Morgan met death. Lieutenant Doyle okayed a visit to Wendy Jenkins.
Miss Jenkins? Yes, come in. Got here so quickly, I only phoned the police station a few minutes ago. That's a cute dog. Is that yours? Yes.
Miss Jenkins, why did you call the police?
I was worried about a friend of mine.
Man?
Yes. His name? Morgan, Ken Morgan. But it doesn't matter. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Well, you must have had some reason to be worried about him. He took Belinda out for a walk and he hasn't come back yet. The dog came back. They were gone so long I went out looking for them.
I found Belinda in the park, but I couldn't find Ken. That's when I called the police.
You think something happened to him?
No. No, I don't think anything's happened to him. I think he's safe at home. He's run away from me again. When I phoned the police, I thought something had happened to him. I guess I just couldn't believe that he'd run off and left me again. But he has left me, I'm sure of it. So there's no need for you to do anything about it.
Did he come here often?
I haven't seen him or spoken to him for almost 6 months. Till tonight.
Well, why did he come here tonight?
To tell me that he loved me. That no one could keep us apart and that we'd be married. You didn't come here because I called the police. Why did you come here?
Miss Jenkins, Ken Morgan is dead. He was shot in the park. Look after her for me, will you? I've got to,
Hey, you don't look so good yourself. Something wrong?
No, I'm all right. Just take care of her. Get her a drink of water or something.
Sure.
Miss Connor,
Oh, I hope you're not going to have to disturb Mrs. Morgan. She's just gotten to sleep. The doctor gave her a sedative.
Oh, well, I wanted to ask her some questions about Wendy Jenkins, but I guess it can wait till tomorrow.
Are you feeling all right?
Yeah. I guess I'm just tired.
Well, you look awful. Come on in. Why don't you sit down for a few minutes? I'll get you a cup of coffee. I've got a pot right on the stove. I put a little brandy in yours.
Oh, thanks. Are you spending the night with Mrs. Morgan? That's good. She'll need somebody when she wakes up. That's a terrible moment, that first waking moment. You realize it. The one person you live for is gone. I said the same thing tonight to Wendy Jenkins that was once said to me. A policewoman once told me that the man I loved was dead.
Was he murdered?
He was a detective. He was shot and killed by the man he was sent to bring in.
Love is too painful. It's too painful. Poor Wendy. Listen, I know how she humbled herself, calling him every day, pleading for the chance to see him. Is that what love does to a woman? Degrade her?
Well, I don't think that love degrades a woman. I think that without someone to love, you're really only half alive. How do you know about those phone calls?
She called him at the office. I operate the switchboard, so the calls came through me.
When did Wendy come over here to see Mrs. Morgan?
The day before yesterday. Why? Any of this important?
I don't know. It's an old police habit to ask questions.
All right. Now, the Jenkins woman said that until tonight she hadn't seen him or talked to him.
Right.
But the Connor woman said that she kept phoning him, wanting to see him, even went to see his mother.
That's right.
How do you figure the two stories?
Oh, now, Tim, have you ever known a woman yet who'd admit that she was running after a man?
It's got to be cleared up, Casey. We've only got Jenkins' word for it that the reason why Morgan went to see her tonight was to say he wanted to marry her.
That's right. Now, he might have gone over there to tell her to stop annoying him, to stay away from his mother. And then she might have... I don't know. Look, I'll check her out tomorrow morning, okay?
Sure. Morning soon enough. You better get some rest. We'll bring her in tomorrow and see if Russell can identify her.
Lieutenant?
Yeah, what do you got, Russell?
There's a gun, a .22 pistol registered to a Wendy Jenkins.
Okay.
Well, I better check her out tonight.
Casey, you want to be relieved of this assignment?
No. I've got to get control of myself, Tim. I can't let the past throw me every time I draw a homicide case. Miss Jenkins.
What?
You own a gun, and I'd like to see it.
I have no gun.
Well, there is one registered in your name.
Oh, that was so long ago I'd almost forgotten. Ken said it was dangerous living alone in this neighborhood. He bought that gun for me.
Uh-huh. May I see it, please?
I don't have it. I never had it. I'm afraid of guns. I made him take it away.
That may be the gun that killed Ken Morgan.
But Ken was... It was a holdup.
Why do you assume it was a holdup?
Well, the park. What else could it have been?
Miss Jenkins, Ken Morgan was shot by a woman. Ever since you broke up with him 6 months ago, you've been hounding him, threatening him, begging him to take you back. You forced your way into his home. You made a scene with his mother.
That isn't true.
Why did he come here tonight? To make it clear to you that he didn't want to see you anymore. To tell you that he was finished, that he didn't love you. Isn't that true?
You think I killed him? You believe I killed Ken? I wish I had begged him to come back to me because he would have. He never stopped loving me. I wish I'd had the courage to fight for him. He'd have gone away somewhere and he'd still be alive. But you think I took a gun and I fired bullets into him? Don't you understand that I'd rather have died myself? I loved him. I loved him.
The sound of a woman's weeping can speak louder and truer than words. A woman can lie with words and you'll believe her. But if she weeps, and you've learned to listen, you'll hear the naked truth. But my personal feelings were of no concern to the department.
Mrs. Morgan, we'll try not to keep you very long, but I must ask you this question. Did you see a gun among your son's possessions?
What is that to do, is it?
Then he had a gun. Well, did he?
Please, Mrs. Morgan, it's very important.
I happened to find a gun in his bureau. I insisted that he get rid of it, and he did. All this was 6 months ago. I fail to see how it can have any bearing.
Please describe the gun.
It was small, very small. Quite harmless looking, in fact. I really don't know anything about guns. I can only tell you that it was in a beautifully tooled leather case. That's all I know.
I'm sorry to revive unpleasant memories, Mrs. Morgan, but I assure you it's important to the solution of your son's death.
Miss Jones, I didn't want to say this in front of Mrs. Morgan, but that tooled leather case, I saw that.
Where?
The office. Ken brought it in one day and asked me to mail it to Wendy Jenkins. I thought it was a jewelry case.
Did you mail it?
Was that the gun that killed him?
Well, that gun or one like it.
And I sent it back to her.
Well, you can't blame yourself for that.
But I do.
But we don't know that that is the gun that killed Ken Morgan.
You mean there's still some doubt?
Well, of course. If we could find her gun, and if the bullets that killed Ken Morgan came from that gun, that would be proof.
Do you think she really did it?
Well, it doesn't matter what I think.
Casey, Jenkins' woman is all set up. We'll be ready to go in about 15 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
What are you going to do with her now?
Well, we're going to put her in a lineup. Perhaps the patrolman who discovered the crime might be able to identify her.
I certainly would like to see that.
What, the lineup? Well, there's no reason why you can't.
It really must be exciting being a policewoman. Now, don't tell me that it's just another job, because seeing all this has made me realize how unimportant my own work and ambitions are.
What are your ambitions, Susan?
My ambitions are very worldly, but I'd like to sit in a very large office and give orders to hundreds of people. Oh, now, it isn't as frivolous as it sounds, because I really do want to be a successful businesswoman. I hope to accomplish that through Ken, but now I guess I'll just have to do it on my own.
Well? Sorry, Lieutenant.
Well, that's it.
Yep, sure is.
Take a look at that girl back there. Do you know her?
Should I?
No, I guess not.
Okay, Russell. All right, ladies. Thank you.
Where are they taking her?
She's going to be released.
Released? You can't release her.
Well, we can't hold her, Miss Connor, not on the evidence.
Like I told you, Susan, unless we can make an identification or find the gun.
Aren't there ways of finding it?
Well, we're looking for it.
Where?
Well, around the boathouse.
We haven't dragged the lake yet. We're going to do that tonight.
That gun must be found. It must. She has to be punished. Find that gun. I know it's the one. Don't you understand? I want to see her dead. I hate her. I hate her for what she did to Ken and to me. I love Ken Morgan. Loved him with all my heart.
Once again, the sound of a woman crying for the man she loved and lost.
I'm sorry. I don't usually lose control of myself. I guess I'll run along. I'm sorry it was so much trouble to you both.
What was that about the lake not being dragged? You know, we scraped that mud down to the rock this morning.
Mm-hmm. Just a hunch. I'd like to check her out, Tim.
I think you better.
You come here to mourn for him?
You don't believe I loved him?
In your way, you did. But so did Wendy.
I'd have fought for him.
Susan, he didn't want you.
He did!
Why do you lie?
I have to make a world that's fit to live in. I have to protect myself. Defend myself. I depend on no one. It's not possible to depend on anyone.
Have you ever tried it?
I take care of myself.
That wouldn't be wise, Susan.
You're afraid.
Nobody wants to die, Susan. Ken Morgan didn't want to die.
Why did he want her? Why? Don't look at me like that. Women like you, you're like Wendy Jenkins.
3, 4, 5, 6. You've already emptied this gun, Susan. Into Ken Morgan. You can leave now, Wendy. Yes, they told me. She loved him too, you know. I suppose she must have. Well, it was all in her mind. He didn't give her any reason. I know that. But how do you learn to live without him? You learn. Slowly. Slowly you learn. Subway can be as quiet as a day in church. At other times, it can make the hair on the back of your neck begin to rise without rhyme or reason. All you know is that something is wrong. Oh, they're just bringing her out. No, she's still unconscious.
Yeah, well, stay there with her, Casey. Stay there with her as long as you have to in case she comes to.
Okay, I will. I don't look forward to being with her when she wakes up. Look, what about Pearl Dillard?
Hysterical. Well, so far, we haven't been able to get a word out of her. But they're bringing her back again. Now, look, Casey, stick with Mrs. Bergen like a leech. If you have any problem getting permission to sit by her, let me know. I better hang up now.
What's going to happen? Somebody committed a mortal sin. I'm gonna burn. I'm damned forever. I'm burn.
They don't know yet whether she's going to live or die.
Help me, help me.
Pearl, I can only help you if you help yourself.
He said he was in the insurance business. He said she stole some diamonds. And all he wanted me to do was just take a picture of her, like with an X-ray camera. That's what I thought the box was. He said it would show her that she had the diamonds on her. How'd I know?
Now, what else did Mike Bergen tell you?
He said he'd always been looking for somebody like me to help him in the insurance investigation. He said I was just the right type. I've committed a mortal sin. I'm going to burn. I'll burn.
Now, he told... You say you didn't know that she was his wife?
I didn't even know you had a wife. Oh, help me.
That's not in my hands, Pearl. You better pray that she lives.
Help me. Please, God. Oh, my God. I'm heartily sorry for having offended thee, and I detest all my sins.
1, 2, 3, O'Larry. I spy Miss O'Larry sitting on a bump of Larry, just like a Christmas fairy. Mama, I can jump rope better than anybody else. Mama, I can run faster than the boys. Look at me, Mama.
You're going to be all right, Mrs. Bergen. Everything's going to be all right.
Who are you?
I'm Casey Jones. I'm a policewoman.
This is a hospital.
That's right.
He can't get in here, can he?
No, he can't get in here. We have an alarm out for him. His picture, his description, everything.
I don't know why, but the minute I saw her, the minute before it went off, I knew he'd sent her. She looked just like the kind of poor girl he'd pick on for something like this. She didn't know what she was doing, did she?
No. He told her that he was an insurance investigator. That the box she was carrying had a camera in it.
He can be the most charming man in the world when he wants to. And then we got married. I asked the court to keep him away from me. I begged them.
We know, Mrs. Bergen. It's in the record. But a court order is just a piece of paper to a man like your husband.
I begged him. I said to him, Mike, what do you want with me? There's no other man. I just don't love you anymore. Why won't you let me go?
Did he ever threaten to kill you?
He didn't have to. It was written all over his face. If only you were dead, I'd feel whole again.
I'll call the nurse, Mrs. Bergen.
This pain. How badly hurt am I?
The doctors say you'll be fine, Mrs. Bergen.
I think my leg must have fallen asleep. I've this strangest feeling in it.
Mrs. Bergen, they had to save you. Please, Mrs. Bergen, please. I
you.
I don't want to live. Tell the doctors I don't want to live.
Mrs. Bergen, he's the one who doesn't deserve to live. Isn't there anyone who might know where he is? Anyone?
You only have another minute. Just put her to sleep.
Find him for me. Tell him to come here and kill me. Oh, Mama. I want to die.
I promise we won't rest till we find him. Isn't there anyone who might know where he is? Anyone?
Lupo. He's a barber. Lupo the barber. Promise me. Promise me when you find him, you'll tell him to come here and finish the job. Finish it. For good. I don't want to live.
A quick run-through of all the possibilities in Bergen's neighborhood finally produced a man. By trade, a barber. By instinct, a wolf, and currently on patrol.
You're crazy. You know that, don't you? You're crazy.
She was my wife. She had it coming.
It's all over the papers. You must have been crazy to do a thing like that.
No woman has a right to go to court to keep her man away from her unless she's got other guys in mind.
Look, you're a walking finger. I'm on parole. I want nothing with you. Now get out.
Somewhere in your head, you know where I'm going to hide out.
I don't know nothing.
Somewhere in your head, because I once told you a perfect place. Now, you talk. You say one word, little
All
folk.
my life you've made trouble for me. Look, maybe you'd like it in jail. You don't need nothing but yourself. Me, I almost went crazy in jail. There's too many things I need they ain't got there. No, I'm not going back. Now, you get out of here.
They're never going to find me. But you open your mouth just once. Just once. I'll cut you from here to here. Like a chicken. That's all.
Through his patrol officer, we applied all the pressure we could muster on Lupo, the barber.
Please, Mr. Pyle. I'd die if I went back to jail. All right. All right, Mr. Pyle. Here. Back row. 7 o'clock. At the back row of the 8th Street Theater. 7 o'clock, yeah.
¿Qué sucede, Felicia? ¿No le divierte la fiesta?
Estoy preocupada por Jeffrey. Todavía no ha vuelto.
Okay, where is he?
So you're the bait, huh?
Where's Bergen?
I ain't no stool pigeon. If you ask me questions, that's different. Of course, if you don't ask me the right questions, that's your hard luck.
Okay. If you were Mike, where would you go?
That's a good question.
If you were Mike, where would you hide out?
I have some instructions for you.
Look, I got a bottle of wine, honey. I'm a pretty good cook, too. Come on up to my place.
If you were Mike, where would you go?
Well, he was always talking about a hunting lodge. Some little joint upstate run by, some Russian name. I never could pronounce it.
Where upstate?
Well, it sounds like that place in Panama. It's up in the Catskills, but it sounds like that place in Panama. Balboa. Like Balboa. Only not.
Look, you keep your hands off me, or I'll pull you in for mashing.
It's all right. You got yourself a job. Thank you, senor.
I wish you'd stop playing with that gun.
You get used to it, Maggie. Ain't she a beauty, Mrs. Korevska? She'll knock off a crow half a mile away.
Don't convince me, Mr. Smith. I like guns. My husband was an artillery officer while he was alive. But she's a city girl. You got her worried.
Oh, you worried, honey?
You worried about me? What can happen to you when you're with me?
Frank? Put it down, Frank.
Pow!
Combination of a hunting lodge, a Russian woman, and the town of Gilboa, New York was not a very difficult problem of detection.
But what has me most worried is if he holds up in the hunting lodge, whoever is in there with him might get hurt.
Then he's got to be smoked out into the open, alone.
Exactly. In broad daylight. With a decoy.
A decoy? Well, how? Well, now, look, it may take me some time to line up the right woman, but as soon as I do, we'll take off. Yeah, we'll be there before daylight. Right.
A woman's got to go in there and smoke him out, doesn't she?
Now, look, Casey. We've got some older women on the force, more experienced.
None of them were with Lois Berger when she found out about her leg.
Your cover story again?
I wish you both wouldn't be so considerate of me. You're making me more nervous.
Better put this in the pocket of your coat and keep your hand in your pocket.
It's 8:15.
Now, don't forget, we want him out in the open, alone, and be sure the door behind him is closed.
Well, let's just hope he's unarmed.
You better go.
Okay. Wish me luck.
Yep.
I hope I didn't wake you up, but may I come in? Please, just for a little while.
Is something wrong? I mean, sure. This isn't my place. I mean, we're guests here.
Can I help you?
I think she's had an accident.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I hope I don't look that upset. It's just all those armed men out there looking for him.
Looking for who?
That's my fiancé, Frank Smith. I'm Maggie Algren. I didn't get yours.
Jones. Smith, Jones. We all sound like we're imposters, don't we?
Karevskaya is mine. Sounds real enough, don't it? Sit down.
You haven't told us yet what made you stop here.
Oh, I ran into a roadblock a half a mile up the road. The police said I could keep heading back to New York, but I better roll the windows up.
Are they looking for somebody?
I have to get back to New York, so I decided to keep on going. But as the road got more deserted, I could see him behind every tree, every bush. A little ways back, a deer ran in front of the car, and I thought I'd faint. So, this was the first house.
Is Chief Henkel out there?
I guess so. There are lots of men with guns. They're combing the woods. They ought to be here in about 20 minutes. I'll leave as soon as they get here.
Oh, for crying loud out. We can't help each other once in a while. What's the point of everything? I've got hot coffee. Make us all feel like people.
I would never even have tried in your place. Men with guns, those things scare me cold.
Relax, honey. 20 minutes is no long time to wait.
I wonder how it feels to be in his place. Trapped. Knowing the circle is closing in tight.
Well, either he gets paralyzed with fear, or else his mind works better and faster than ever to figure a way out. There are two kinds of men in this world. Depends on which kind he is.
They took her leg off? I think I'd want to die.
Now, honey, you'd be surprised how people get over those things. Why, there is a man right here in Gilboa.
I hope they catch him. Why would a man do a thing like that? What horrible thing in him makes him like that?
Well, afraid of women, I guess.
Well, they ought to get here in about 10 minutes, and then the whole thing will be over. What's the man's name?
I think the police said Bergen. Yeah, Mike Bergen.
How did they find him?
Oh, it's something to do with the stolen car. It was found around here. Oh. I guess the police just put two and two together. The car broke an axle. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I just remembered I left my keys in the car.
Maybe I'd better go out and get them for you, just in case.
No, Frank. I won't let you go out there.
It's all right. I've got a gun, honey.
No. We can't see the car from the window. A man like that, I won't let you.
Why don't you go upstairs and look around, Mr. Smith? You can see from up there.
That's a good idea, Mrs. Korevska. Oh, the front windows are in your bedroom, Mrs. Korevska. I hope you don't mind my going in there if your things are still lying around.
Not at all. I'd better go along and straighten up a bit. When you live alone, there is no one to put things away for.
That's what I like about him. He can be the most considerate man in the world. To lose a leg, to wake up and suddenly feel it not there.
Well, there must be other things in life just as painful. Maybe more.
No, I can't think of anything more awful.
I can. You take the man the police are looking for. Suppose that you were in love with him, and he came and asked you for help. That wouldn't be easy now, would it? What would you do?
To find yourself in love with a man like that?
It's quite a decision to make, isn't it?
I might try to help him. I don't know. What would you do?
Here are your things, Maggie.
Why? You want her to leave with you?
Why not?
Well, I mean, it's quite...
What he says makes sense, Miss Jones. Only I am not going to leave this place.
But the police, that man...
Well, that's just it. 15 minutes have gone by. If the cops had caught him, they'd have come by and given the all clear. They're not here, so it means they're closing in. Let's take your car. We don't, we'll liable to find ourselves caught in a crossfire.
But what about Mrs. Korevska?
I lived through plenty of gunfire. Nobody's going to hurt me in my own home.
I thought you were in a hurry to get back to the city.
Oh, I am. I appreciate this, Mr. Smith. Why don't you go ahead and I'll help Miss Algren with the bags.
No, that's okay. We'll come back for them.
I insist on paying you, Mrs. Korevska. You go ahead. You start the car. Miss Algren and I'll be out in a minute.
She didn't make it. Look, don't make a sound.
Miss Jones, I guess you'll want to drive.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maggie, come around the other side.
Maggie, get down. Please, Mike Bergen, the police...
No, he's not. We're engaged. I've known him for 3 months.
I'm a policewoman. He's Mike Bergen. We know... Well, he's going nowhere. I got the keys.
Are they a team?
As much as the other women, she needs help.
She took the keys. You let her get away with the keys.
What do you want me to do? Mike.
Save me. Save me, honey. Baby, you can save me.
Bergen! Your wife is alive! Come out with your hands up and you won't get hurt. Listen, Bergen, don't harm that girl. You'll wind up with a murder rap.
Give up. Oh, you fool, give up.
Listen to me. I got a kid here and she loves me. She'll do anything I ask her to. We're gonna take a walk in the woods. We're getting out now.
If he makes it into the woods, we may lose him.
Look, give me a chance. She's innocent. If we shoot now, she's gonna get hurt. Look, please give me a chance.
What are you doing, Casey? Look, we're dealing with a psycho.
Look, talk to her. Say anything you want to her, but keep talking to her.
Casey.
Miss Algren, Mike Bergen's capable of anything. His wife's in the hospital right this minute. A beautiful woman shot down in cold blood. That's the man with you. Chris Dillard. His own wife. What do you think he'll do to you if he has to, Miss Algren? Women are not even people to him. He'll kill you or cripple you as quick as look at you.
A little further ahead, baby. A little further ahead, we'll be in the real woods and have a chance to make a break. Look, I need you, baby. I love you, baby. You understand? Now stick close to me, baby.
I thought I saw somebody. There, over there.
Maggie? Maggie, where are you? You left me alone! Maggie! Maggie, don't leave me, Maggie! You left me! You left me! My legs! Lois! Lois! Lois, don't leave me. Lois, don't leave me. Everybody hates me. Everybody hates me. Lois, if you leave me, I'll kill you. Lois, I need you. I need you, Lois. I need somebody. Lois, I'll kill you. Ma, I'll kill you. Ma, don't leave me. Ma, I'll kill you. Mama.
Maggie, don't you see? There's only one woman who could have helped you. She needs to rest up a bit, and I'll take her back to the city with me in a little while.
You're a lucky girl, Maggie.
I guess so.
Must get real pretty up here in the spring. Everything coming alive again, fresh and new. And after an experience like today's, it's a reassuring thought to know that life picks up again, sooner or later.
No. I'll never forget him till the day I die. He's the one who said hit her once so she won't remember. The younger one just grabbed the package from under my arm and ran.
Any more of those threatening phone calls?
At lunch today at my office.
Today?
At your office? You think I ought to be afraid of them, don't you? Well, I'm not. I've stood up to a lot more
frightening things in my life than a pair of cheap hoodlums with guns.
It's nice you feel that way, Mrs. Hart, but apparently they know where you live and where you work. Frightened men with guns can do stupid and terrible things, Mrs. Hart.
Mrs. Hart, have you got an extra bed in your house?
An extra bed?
Mm-hmm. Policewoman Jones here is going to stay with you from now on, 24 hours a day.
Manhattan is built vertically, so that the maximum number of people can work in the smallest possible square space. Across the river is Brooklyn, built horizontally, so that along with Mrs. Hart, 2,764,000 people can live in the smallest possible square space.
Yes?
I'm Miss Jones.
What about it?
Well, I'm expected.
Who expects you? Who?
Is Mrs. Hart your mother?
What about her?
Well, didn't she tell you about me when she came home tonight?
Oh, Miss Jones. Norma, this is Miss Jones. This is my daughter.
Where would you like me to put my things?
Oh, it's not a very big room, I'm afraid. It's right at the head of the stairs. What's she here for? She's a policewoman, Norma. Those phone calls, the police insisted upon giving us protection. When are you going to stop lying? You're interested in only one thing, protecting the man you work for. Or whatever you do for. Norma. Stranger in the house. Oh, didn't you tell the police about your Mr. Miller? Oh. Stop it. Then what other reason have you got for bringing police into the house? Putting us all in danger when all you have to do is drop the charges. Do you expect me to drop charges against a couple of hoodlums? Besides, nothing's going to happen to us. Oh, a minute ago you said we didn't need protection. You see how you lie? You twist every word I say, every word. What am I twisting? That my father died heartbroken. And you're working for the man who robbed him. He employs me because he's a very kind man. No kind man would do what he did to my brother. My brother built that business. Kathy, please go back into the kitchen. Oh, you can always scare Aunt Katie, can't you? Norma, would you just go into your room? I feel quite tired. I think we could all rest a little bit. Someday, I'll meet a man like him. But I won't hound him to death because he loves a little fun.
I'm sorry I was present, Mrs. Hart. I guess all families have their quarrels.
But my employer is a very happily married man. Children always find it hard to believe that their fathers aren't quite what...
Suddenly I knew I'd been present at one battle in a long, long war. I had to tell myself I was on a job, and the only war I could allow myself to get involved in was the war against crime. Specifically against a pair of hoodlums. One known, and the other still a zero.
How about a cigarette, sir? Excuse me, honey.
What are you doing here? Cops. My boarding house. You call that dame again. You tell her she don't call the cops off. We're going to put one right through her head. Slow down. You're getting hysterical. Call that dame again. And Could have do her good. They picked me up. And she talks, so help me. I'll squeal.
Hello.
Who's this?
Norma Hart.
Oh?
Who's this?
Listen close. Tell your mother to drop her charges, and we won't fool around with her anymore, understand?
Sure, I understand. As far as I'm concerned, she deserves it.
Who are you?
Her daughter. What's the matter? Have I shocked you?
I thought I knew dames, but you take the cake.
Are you the young one?
Yeah.
She told the police you were kind of handsome. Young and handsome. Are you?
That's me, all right. Young, handsome, and lots more.
Oh, you got a nice laugh. I like men who can laugh when they're in trouble.
You know something? You sound cute, too.
Oh, I think so. Well, as a matter of fact, I'm considered quite good looking. I mean, that's what the boys tell me. What are you going to do about it? Hello, hello. Are you there?
Now listen to me, honey. I gotta see you.
No. Why should I?
Now listen, baby. You're different. I don't know what it is, but you're different. I gotta see you.
What if you're disappointed?
Could be. Maybe you're a dog with a nice voice. That's it. You're just a dog with a nice line on the phone, and you're scared to show yourself. That's it, ain't it?
Try me, honey.
All right, I will. Now, look. I'll show you how much I gotta see you. Cops all over town looking for me. I'll show you how much you could mean to me. Now, you listen. You come to Artie's candy store. You call her. It's in the phone book. You ask for me, Harold. You name it, I'll be there. I'll prove you're not a dog.
It gets a little crowded with somebody else living in the house, doesn't it?
Fred, look at it. Look at it good. She did it to me. She couldn't handle a baby any more than she could handle a husband. She crippled me and she killed him. No! Norma! Charlotte. I'll help the police all I can. But next time, please stay out of our personal affairs.
I'm trying to, Mrs. Hart. Believe me.
She was born that way. Her foot. Children sometimes blame their mothers for things like that.
Why do you feel guilty about it?
Guilty?
Well, that's how you act. I know it's none of my business, but she seems such an attractive, bright girl. She's not a baby anymore.
You don't understand.
I get a feeling that you're letting her stew around in a hothouse away from life.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if you'd help her find a job, meet some people, get her mind off of things.
You saw her foot.
What about it? It's hardly noticeable except to somebody who sits around and broods about it. Just as one woman to another, Mrs. Hart. I don't think you're doing a favor by helping her hide herself.
I'm doing nothing of the sort.
Well, you act in front of her as if it's all your fault. You're only making her feel that she has a right to do anything she wants to you.
What do you know about raising children, Miss Jones?
Well, Mrs. Hart, I may not know about raising them, but I think I can recognize when they're heading for real trouble.
Now, what do you want with me?
I wanted to see you in person.
But she's your mother.
You even look a little like him.
Who?
Why did you do it?
I like a good time, Norma. She had 30 grand in industrial diamonds. They're not worth much, but they're easy to get rid of. I like a good time.
So do I.
But I'm in trouble.
I'll get you out of it.
It's your mother?
I'll take care of her.
What do you want me to do?
Marry.
While I sat through the night with the despairing mother whose daughter had disappeared, the main job drew closer to a conclusion. The hoodlum who had been picked up spent an hour in jail and gave us the name we wanted. Harold Farley.
She's been missing about 6 hours. Yeah. What time is it now? Uh-huh. Well, I think you better notify the FBI. 115 pounds, 28, 5'6". Birth injury to left foot. Wearing built-up shoe covering ankle. Suspected kidnapping. It could be Harold Farley. Yeah, that's right. Bye.
It's all my fault. It's my fault.
Mrs. Hart, you did the best you knew how.
Huh? Norma!
Mother?
Norma?
Mother, we've just been married. This is Harold Farley.
This was Farley's round. Mrs. Hart would never testify against her son-in-law. And without Mrs. Hart to testify against them, the district attorney could not have a prima facie case, and two hoodlums would now walk around, free as the air.
What are you doing, honey?
Floating.
Huh? Without a magic carpet?
You ought to know.
Show me.
I'm too lazy to move. Unemployed husbands have a lot of advantages, don't you?
That's what my father used to say.
You've been doing that from the first.
Doing what?
Everything I do, everything I say, comparing me to that rummy.
Don't call him that.
He died drunk, didn't he?
Yeah, wouldn't you if you were married to a cold fish? You haven't found me cold, have you?
Look, honey, all I meant was I like to be me. Me, that's all.
That's good enough for me.
Hello?
Hey, listen. I got a setup. A dilly. It's easy as pie. Well, you there?
Go on.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Go on.
No, I ain't so sure.
Spit it out.
I don't know. I mean, ever since you got married...
Well, any place you say, any time. Me, myself. That's who's running who.
That's the old boy. Now, look, you meet me here at the Sharon at 5. Okay?
Check. Now, look, cut the mush. I gotta go out.
Where?
I'm running out of dough.
I've got a little.
Look, it's gotta be mine. Mine.
Why don't you give up trying to solve it through her?
Well, she wouldn't talk on the phone, but I think I found a way. She'll be here.
I've heard it before.
Here I am, Miss Jones. What is it you wanted?
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Hart?
Just get to the point, Miss Jones.
Well, the district attorney is very anxious to talk to you. If you'll just let me call him.
That was a cheap trick telling me that my daughter is in danger. I can't be forced to see the district attorney.
Mrs. Hart, we honestly believe we're protecting your daughter's life.
Thank you. But I have to solve that problem. Yes, Catherine? What is it?
They had a fight.
Don't want to hear about it.
First they made love. Then he shouted at her about money. After
I
that...
told you I don't want to hear about it. Made her happy so far. That's all that matters to me.
Are you sure he'll show up? Are you kidding? Somebody calls him from a fancy hotel? All right, lay it out slow. Now, I asked him to bring the stuff up at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. At 5 minutes to 8, we're standing in a 14th floor corridor for Mr. Hoffman and the little black satchel.
What about the floor matron? They got a floor matron on every one of those floors. What about her?
Well, I thought about it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I thought if a smart dame made a call from the outside at 5 minutes to 8. Just one call. See, I happen to know the name of the party in suite 1435, and I thought if the dame said something like, I just talked to my sister in suite 1435, stop her, she's going to jump. Well, that matron would be off like a flash right down the corridor. A smart dame. One call, 5 minutes to 8.
How much does Hoffman usually carry?
What I hear, 60, 70 grand worth.
All right, call Hoffman at 2. Look, it's 2:30. By now, Anderson's called Hoffman. Yes or no? What's the matter? Have I shocked you?
Yes?
I like a good time. Anything you do is fine with me. I know how to treat a guy like you. My mother never did.
If you ever make fun of me again...
Now, listen to you. Now, for a while, you had me hypnotized, but never again.
Oh, don't break it up, Al. We're good for each other. Don't break it up.
If you believe that, then you do what I say. You make that call, 5 to 8.
I can't. It means becoming a criminal. I can't.
All right, stay with your mother. Stay and rot. We'll see if you get another guy like me. Well, I gotta know.
All right. I did. My sister, 1430.
That's my baby.
Saved you some supper. Should I warm it up for you? I'm not hungry. I have to be alone. Just for a few minutes. I'll leave you before... Norma, I've wanted only one thing for you. And that is for you to be happy. But nobody can be happy with someone they're afraid of.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was afraid. I was afraid of your father. You? And now you're afraid of your husband. Norma, you don't love him. You did it just to get even with me because you think that I killed your father and crippled you.
I said I have to be alone.
Norma, you're going to turn yourself into a criminal.
You know.
Yes, but I'm not going to interfere.
He's alive. He's happy. He's good for me. The kind of man my father was. I'll succeed where you failed.
The kind of man your father was. You want to know?
Why don't you let me alone?
You really want to know the kind of man your father was? He was alive and happy, and he was the cruelest man that ever lived.
Right!
And he died because he drank himself to death. Himself, his share of the business, and all of my love. All of it went in the grave.
You never loved him.
What do you know about love? Farley, that's hate. That's hate for me.
No!
Don't you know who crippled you? Who really crippled you?
Oh, don't say,
He did.
please,
You were 6 months old and he was drunk. He didn't mean to. He threw you up in the air. He meant it for fun. For fun. We tried. The doctors did their best. We tried.
I don't believe it. I won't believe a word.
You want to know what real love is? I loved him so much that I didn't want his child to grow up hating her father. I thought it was easier to lie. After all, if a child is born a cripple, you can't blame anyone. Could it? That's what I thought.
Oh, Mama! Oh, Mama!
It was the wrong kind of love, Norma. It was all based on lies. Norma, I didn't do it to you. There's nothing to get revenge for.
I'm going to kill you for letting me down. That matron called the house, Dick. We were caught in a trap. I'm going to kill you. I'm hurt, baby. I'm hurt.
Give me the police.
Evidence. Real. Tangible. Nobody could back out of testifying this time.
Let me have it, Casey. Oh, it's your turn in court in a few minutes.
Court time. End of the line time. Job. I think an important one. Even if it means watch yourself. Stay clear. Let people work out their own lives. But I don't think I'll ever be able to pass another pair of starched curtains without wondering what's happening behind them. would stay open very late. So late that these two customers weren't buying anything. With this gun, Danny Moran, occupation hoodlum, hoped to add to his fortune. But he left behind a gun that was a very special problem.
Like I told you, Danny and me split up 6 months ago. He took a room down on the east side, upstairs from a delicatessen. I thought maybe he would come to his senses if I left him.
Mrs. Moran, do you want me to believe that you never met any of Danny's friends? That you never visited him in his rooming house after you split up? Then is there any reason you can think of why policewoman Casey here couldn't move into his rooms and pass herself off as Danny's widow?
Her pass off as me?
Uh-huh.
I'm flattered, Lieutenant, but...
If the man or men we're looking for have never met you, they wouldn't know the difference, would they?
No, I guess that is a fact now, isn't it? Oh, I did answer the phone a couple of times.
No problem there. But if you answered the phone, didn't any of Danny's friends ever identify themselves by name?
No, they said they wanted to speak to Danny.
Didn't Danny ever call them by name?
No, not that I can remember. Kiss?
I beg your pardon?
Kiss. Kish.
Kiss. Kish. That mean anything to you, Casey?
No, that doesn't sound right. But it's the only name that comes to my mind. I remember this fellow was very excited. And then when Danny gets on the phone, he tells him, everything's gonna be fine. Don't be nervous. Kiss. I mean, it sounded like he tells him, don't be nervous, kiss. Oh, I guess I must have gotten it wrong.
Thank you for your trouble, Mrs. Moran.
So it was moving day again for Casey. Danny's room was not in a part of town most tourists get to see. The address I was looking for was next door to a delicatessen. Looking for a furnished room?
Oh, I have one already, thanks. No rooms here, lady. She says she has one already. She has? You're his wife. The gangster. Why, Mrs. Moran, if that's what you mean. Her husband's in his grave and buried, we should thank God. And now she comes to start trouble for us again. Hey, do yourself a favor. Yeah. Get out before you come in. Come on. My husband's rent is paid till the end of the month. Get out. We'll pay back every cent. You don't move in here. The kitchen Come on. Out.
Stop it, do you hear me? Animals. That's what you are, disgusting animals. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to know you.
Nobody invited her. Who needs her?
You'll pardon the expression, Sarah, but shut up. Don't say one more word. And the rest of you haven't got enough to do. You got to pick on a poor girl. She did something to you? Go home better. Go home and pick on your husbands for a while.
Thanks.
I'll give you a hand.
I've got it.
Got the key?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Not much heat. But that's an old story. You know, your husband, may he rest in peace, whenever I would pay him a visit, he would always show me your picture there. He was very proud to have such a lovely girl for his wife.
Were you a friend of my husband's, Mr.
Levin. Dave Levin. I run the little delicatessen downstairs. Now, as to your question about my relationship with Danny, the answer is yes and no. Yes, whereas I tried to be a friend, and no, whereas I failed to succeed.
Did Danny have any other friends around here?
As you could judge by the welcoming committee, no. Most of the people here around knew what he was. Should excuse the expression. They were afraid of him. Afraid of the gun he carried. Now, I'm not condoning what those women did, but when you try to raise children in such a neighborhood, and a gunman moves into your house...
But Danny must have had at least one friend in the neighborhood. Somebody went with him when he robbed that store, and somebody supplied him with a gun.
Whoever those individuals were, my dear girl, you're making an assumption that they came from this neighborhood. And a mistake when you say they were his friends. Two things, Sarah. One, you should never enter a person's apartment without knocking. Two, this apartment in particular. I have a feeling you're not welcome here.
There's nobody in the store to take care of the customers.
So go downstairs. I told you I'll be down in a minute. Now go. Don't aggravate. Do I make myself clear?
Look, I don't want to be the cause of any argument. Maybe it would be better if you just...
You let me worry about this. You see, my wife is a frightened personality. I apologize to you for her behavior. But in her defense, how she acts is not out of meanness, believe me. By nature, I'm a friendly type, like with your Danny. And this worried her.
Well, why? I don't understand.
Well, Danny was a... How shall I say? He lived next door to trouble. And some of the people around here and my wife were afraid it might rub off on them, on their husbands, their children in such a neighborhood.
I see.
So, I think it would be best now if I left. But if there's anything I can do at all for you, I would be obliged if you'd mention it.
Thank you, Miss Levin. You've been very nice to me.
Sarah, what is this?
You're starting up with her now. You didn't have enough trouble with her husband.
Don't raise your voice. That's not nice.
Stay away from this. Stay away from her. You hear what I'm telling you, Knish?
What did she call you?
Knish. Oh, the nickname I suffer from in the neighborhood. Dignified, it's not. But it's friendly. It's also good for business.
Knish?
It's a delicacy. A specialty in my delicatessen. You never ate one?
I don't think so.
Oh, you got a treat in store. For a nickname, I wouldn't recommend it. But to eat... Take my word. A knish tastes much better than it sounds.
Knish. Kish. Kiss. Of course. And I was still the least popular girl on the block.
You're still here, you dirty rotten you?
My fan mail. Every day. Sometimes twice a day. Neatly folded pieces of paper. Sometimes with only one word printed on it. If I'd really been Mrs. Danny Moran, I wouldn't have stuck it out. But I had to stay. I'd found a man with a name that sounded like Kit. And he was the last person in the neighborhood I'd have suspected. Or wanted to suspect. Money. Over $200. It made no sense. And then suddenly, it made all the sense in the world.
$210.36, huh? Ah, your hunch is right, Casey. That's exactly one half the take of that liquor store holdup. The half Danny had coming to him.
Honor amongst thieves.
You certain this came from Mr. Knish?
Mm-hmm. I kind of wish I wasn't. He's been kind of nice to me. Want to pick him up?
Not yet. I'm angling for a bigger catch. From what you tell me, Knish isn't supplying the guns. He may be using them. He may be even the middleman, but he's not the supplier. That's the man we want. You send Mr. Johnson in, please. If there's anybody can help us, this man can. Mr. Johnson, nice of you to drop by. You two met each other?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, this young lady purchased her gun at my shop when she first joined the force.
You have an extremely good memory, Mr. Johnson.
How do you do?
Mr. Johnson, I'd like you to look at these. For a year now, we've been stymied. There's a stick-up. We recover the weapon, send it down to ballistics. Now, they find it impossible to trace.
I should imagine. Beautiful workmanship. Rebored, regrooved. New serial number. Whoever's doctoring these pieces is a real artist.
Would you be able to identify any of them if they had been through your shop?
It's impossible.
I was afraid of that.
Sorry.
Well, thank you for dropping by.
Anytime, Lieutenant Rosenberg. Bye.
Bye.
Casey, it's all yours. If we're ever going to nail that artist, our Mr. Knish will have to lead us to him.
I'd like to try one of those famous Knishes of yours. Knish?
Since when are you using my nickname?
Oh, I think we know each other well enough to be a little less formal.
Oh, suits me fine. As a matter of fact, I consider it an honor.
You've been very nice to me, Knish. $210 and some odd cents.
I haven't the vaguest idea what you're talking about. But for the sake of argument, if I were a young girl like you, staying in a neighborhood such as this, and I came into a few dollars, I would leave just as quick as I could throw things into my suitcase.
Why should I do that, Knish? That $200 was only part of the reason I moved in. The smallest part. Say, these aren't half bad. Of course, I have a feeling once they go down, I'll be anchored to the floor, but they're not half bad.
You mean the money was only part of the reason why you came here?
Knish, look. $200 doesn't figure to get me a mink coat or a couple of months in Florida.
I'm really disappointed to hear you talk like that. I was led to believe, by a very well-informed source, by Danny himself, that you didn't approve of the way he made his livelihood.
Oh. Well, I don't approve of nickels and dimes. If you're going to steal, you steal big. You steal safe. I told Danny 100 times that knocking off stores wasn't the way.
You'd go off the bank?
Oh, no. Bank guards have guns. No. Private homes. Full of jewelry. Mink coats. And no gun around to go off in your face.
You got it all figured out, little girl.
All except where I can lay my hands on a gun. A safe one.
A safe gun? That's a contradiction in itself.
But you helped Danny. You even went with him on a job.
It was the one and only time. Yes, I helped him. I rented a gun for him. I did even more. I went with him and I saw him killed. I found out something. I'm not a man cut out for bloodshed. If I said no, if I told you it was a mistake, a terrible mistake, could I talk you out of it?
Oh, it's not that hard to get a gun. We'll make it happen.
But the man I deal with, I hadn't contacted him since Danny was shot. He may not want to deal with me anymore. Also, it's very expensive.
For a clean gun, whatever he charges, we'll pay. And you can get your commission, too.
Oh, don't you worry about my commission. You worry about yourself.
That's why I'm here, Kanish.
What do you need?
There'll be two of us.
You want my advice? Do yourself a favor. Too many guns, too many trigger fingers. Too much can happen. Settle for one gun between you.
Okay, one gun. Can you get it tonight?
Finish what's on your plate. What's the matter? You don't like the knish?
I like it very much.
Satisfactory?
Looks all right.
6 bullets in the chamber. And you should try very hard not to use them.
You mean after all that work, you still don't know where he got this thing?
So, we know where he got it. A locker in a Times Square subway station.
Boy, he's cagey.
The guy on the other end's just as cagey using a public locker. You know, I'll give you odds that he didn't even deliver the merchandise himself. Probably sent it over with some kid for a small tip.
Lieutenant, you know, the one thing that really seems to bother Kanish is the possibility that I might panic. That I might actually use that gun. What do you think would happen if I did?
And the police are confident that you will be apprehended. How could you? I can't get it into my head.
Then will you quit harping on it? It's done. Kanish, you just got to help me get away.
Of course I'll help you. I'll do anything I can. But the sum you mentioned, you know that's out of the question.
I need that.
I know you're excited, you're frightened. But be reasonable. Where can I lay my hands on $5,000?
The man who rents you the guns. He'd have that much.
Well, how can I explain it? What'll I tell him?
Tell him to read the papers. The man I shot may die. He's already given my description to the police. My partner was wounded. If they put the pressure on him, he should have turned me in.
Well, I understand that.
But you understand this, too, Kanish. If the police catch me, Kanish, they'll catch you.
You could do such a thing to me.
I'm in trouble. I'm facing a possible murder charge. I'll do anything. And if I'm in trouble, you're in trouble. And if you're in trouble, Kanish, I imagine your friend's in trouble. Unless he's willing to pull us out.
You insane? It's 6:15 in the morning.
I'm sorry to get you out of bed, but I've got to see you right away.
Well, all right. Come on over.
By subway. All the way uptown to the Bronx. By subway. all the way back downtown to Wall Street. 2 hours to go 20 blocks. Kanish was taking the long way around, across town by foot. Around the waterfront by cab. I wasn't to know the address of his partner, but if I know anything, I know this city. I knew the precinct we were in. I knew approximately where we were, but I couldn't really be sure of the street we were going to.
Close the door behind you, Kanish, and bolt it.
Did you have to bring her here? What could I do? She needs the money right away. The police might pick her up any moment.
Oh, could they now? You idiot! Drop it now. I said drop it. At your feet.
I don't understand.
Pick it up. See what you find inside. I sold it to her. Can you beat that? She comes to take me with my own gun.
I don't understand.
You wouldn't understand if she sat you down in the electric chair and pulled the switch. She's a policewoman.
What? Oh, my God. What are we going to do?
Take her somewhere and... Take her somewhere!
Kill her? What, are you crazy?
Why don't you just put that gun down, Mr. Johnson, before you do something that you're going to regret?
Don't tell me what to do. I'm giving the orders.
Because you got a gun in your hand? Now quit kidding yourself. You're no killer. You're not stupid enough or crazy enough to pile that rap on top of everything else you're facing. Now why don't you just hand me that gun?
Stand back, you! Keep away from me!
She's right, Mr. Johnson.
You two-bit nothing! You got me into this! Well, I didn't mean that. You saw what happened. It was a mistake. You saw what happened. It was an accident. I didn't mean it. It was an accident.
He got us out all right. But good. Am I finished?
Don't be in such a hurry.
So I'll live to spend the rest of my life in prison?
You'll be there a few years anyway. I won't kid you about that.
I wanted to be somebody. To be important. I once had hopes to become a scholar. Next I was a storekeeper. And now I'm a jailbird.
I'm sorry, Kanish.
It's to be sorry. You did your job.
He wasn't a bad man. Take my word for it. If he did something bad, believe me, it's easy when you live in a place like this.
I know. You hear what she said?
Got something there. 90% of our criminals come from neighborhoods like this.
Where did you grow up, Rosie?
Me? Block and a half from here. I'll see if the precinct.
I guess there aren't any easy answers. Lieutenant Rosenberg's right, of course. Neighborhoods like this do produce criminals. But they also produce lawyers. And doctors. And judges. And entertainers.
and even cops.